And if each of the members could please state here.
Start at the left.
Pokey Booth, board member.
Harry Nixdorf, board member.
Linda Zeziger, treasurer.
Mr. Alex Leader, board president, present.
Neil Hoffman, board member, present.
April Long, board member, secretary.
Annette Rinaldi, board member, present.
We also have our new executive director, Mr. Gary Landry here.
Gary Landry, present.
And we have a deputy attorney general.
Sarah Bradley, deputy attorney general.
We have staff members also present.
Gloria Alexander, office manager.
Deborah Flasco, accountant, present.
Annie Curtis, chief inspector.
And today's minutes will be transcribed by our certified court reporter, Mr. Eric Nelson. At this time, I'd like us all to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to just take a moment and read the mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. The mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare through education and ensuring only qualified persons are granted licenses to perform cosmetology in the state of Nevada, and that all areas where cosmetology services are provided are kept clean, sanitary, and safe. We are governed by the rules of Chapter 644 in the state of Nevada. At this time with our agenda, there's opportunity for public comment. If anyone that is present from the general public wishes to make any comment whatsoever, now is a great opportunity. You'll also be given an opportunity at the end of the meeting.
Alex, I'm going to step down and become
Please,
a public
please.
member.
So if you could just state your name.
Pokey Booth, citizen of Boulder City.
Thank you, Ms. Booth.
I had the pleasure of attending the last legislative session. I was called down there actually. And when I heard about it, I was really quite excited because I really have a passion about seeing some makeup schools come here. And so what I put in there is my vision of what I'd like to see. I know you probably all have a vision also. And I was instructed by Ms. Bradley that I couldn't talk to Dr. Hardy. And I was also told on 2/23 that they had decided not to go forward with this legislative bill that went forward. So I was really surprised and caught off guard when I was asked to come up there because I really wanted to stay back and work at hiring our new executive director. But I wanted to turn this negative experience into a positive one, I think. And first of all, I don't know who wrote this. If you can read it, it's on page 2 of the legislative law. But what we did is, as a board, the board went forward and asked to say to the legislative body, may we do something? And I think we already know that we may do that. It should have been completed. We shouldn't have put forth what this was there. It's kind of really embarrassing. Also, the schools have been alerted about it, but I don't think they even got to see this because they certainly could have ringed me with this one. And their Calvin Atkinson, one of the congressmen there, tried to direct them that direction and asked them if they had faith in the board, and they said no, they didn't have any faith in the board because of the braiding law that went through. But some of their other concerns were with the school was if we had a school, sanitation was a big issue with them. And some of them even brought up they wanted to see some CEU classes. And they also stated that they didn't know we'd ever even talked about this. And I know we talked about and asked Vince to start writing something for us before he left. And and then he left and it had never gotten written, and I think that's why Gloria didn't want to take it forward. So like I said, I have no idea who wrote this, but I think going forward, we need to make sure that we have a sign-in sheet here, and that we make that part of our meeting, and that we let everybody know that they need to do the sign-in sheet, and then we keep it in our stats of who was here, because they swore up and down that they were in our meetings and they didn't hear this, but a lot of times after lunch, there's nobody sitting in the room with us. My other suggestion would be is that we make it available in Las Vegas, our meeting. So what's going on here, somebody wants to testify on a meeting that we're doing here, that they could actually come in and testify through Skype or FaceTime or something like that. And I think, let me see if I can. That was my biggest thing, is just to make sure that they are involved in that process, and that we make more of an effort to get them in our meetings and not having excuses, and have the sign-in sheet, and that was my biggest thing. Because we need to all work together as a team. And the other thing I really felt was important is that when something like this is written, we should have all seen this. Every one of us should have gotten this, so that we knew what was going forward, and we all should have had the opportunity to comment on it. So that's what I had to say.
Thank you, Ms. Booth.
We do have a sign-up sheet. We don't, so if they don't sign it, I don't,
What I think needs to be done, Linda, is from just listening to the schools, I think we need to remind them that we have a sign-up sheet here so that they know it's important. And I think it's also important for us to have a sign-up sheet afternoon so that we know who is here. And we make that part of our stats that we get at the end of the meeting, that we had this many people in attendance. We don't have to list their names off, this many attendance afternoon. So if they come and say, you didn't share that information with us, then we can say we gave you every opportunity. We gave you the opportunity to testify from Las Vegas, and we also didn't see your name on the sign-up sheet when we talked about it.
Like a prerequisite to come to walk into the meeting, they need to sign that sign-up sheet.
Not that they have to, but did they want to be known that they were here? I think they should, and I think it's important to them, and I think it's important that we have everybody's input. And I would have certainly, like I said, I would love to see a makeup school like that, and let somebody, it's $20,000 to go to school, and they have to go to California to take that school because of our law here. That's my vision. So, I just think that if we could do something like that, it would help the economy, it would help some of our people do theatrical makeup, movie and television makeup, so it would just open up some doors.
Well, I have a question for you. So,
We receive public comment, Ms. Benaldi.
oh, okay, sorry.
Receive it.
Okay.
This is something that, I mean, it can be discussed further at a future meeting.
Yeah.
And it might be appropriate for the law review subcommittee because, I mean, this would require NRS changes. So yeah, but Mr. Leader is absolutely correct that
Right,
you
okay.
receive public comment, and if you want to discuss it further, it can be added to an agenda.
And I'm actually going to be adding this on
Okay.
as a board member.
Thank
But I
you.
just wanted, because I had to go as a public member, and whoever wrote this, and they cost me a flight ticket and an embarrassment to Dr. Hardy. I kind of felt like I was kind of put on the spot because he didn't want to be the scapegoat.
So this will be added as an agenda item
In the future,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
I'm hoping you guys will add it.
At this time, are there any other public comment? Please, if you kindly state and spell your name for Mr. Nelson.
You want me to stay here?
If you'd like, well, you're welcome to approach, that's fine.
You and I, we all know.
My name is Sandra Escover, Escover, owner and president of Carson City Beauty Academy. And I have to disagree with you. I'm sorry, I don't know you.
Okay.
I had been following the state board for, ever since we had another big incident happen, and have been trying to make all of the meetings. That meeting that I believe you were referring to took place in November the 4th. We were sent a notice that there was going to be a meeting on November the 4th. 2 or 3 days later, I got a notice that that meeting had been canceled. I never, did I ever, receive any meetings or any notification that there were any other meetings. And I was literally floored when we found out that we had to go over to the Senate building. Rodney Moore went for me because I was tied up here with a doctor's appointment. He went over there to stand to see what was going on. And I don't like that. That's why I've tried to make it my goal to attend these meetings so that I can have my say on it. And I today am standing for Sandy Dunham and for a lady that has expertise down in Las Vegas. They asked me if I would, pardon me?
Gwen Braymore.
Gwen, thank you, thank you. They asked me to stand for them in here, that they also were not aware of any of that. So I'm making you all know that we were not aware of any of what was going on. So I don't know about your makeup situation, but I would think that if that's what you're talking about, that we have that course, one more course. We have the aesthetics course, and if the schools want to incorporate the makeup into their aesthetics course, then they can do that. They shouldn't have any problems doing it. We do it. We do have a special course that's aesthetics, and the people pay to go to school and learn how to do makeup in that course. So I would like to have notification when you are having these boards, and that we can all show up, because I will take it up to the governor, because I'm not going to be messing around with this kind of nonsense. This is just stupid stuff. So excuse me for being as blunt as I am, but that's what you're going to get from me when you start messing around. To me, I thought it was underhanded. Okay, it was underhanded. And if we have to rush over there to the courthouse or to the Senate, we will do so, because my business is in Carson. And that's all I have to say on it.
Thank you very much. And you are aware that the Law Review Committee meeting is this afternoon?
I'm going to be here till you guys go home, that's for sure.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the general public? At this time, we'll move to item number 5. The board will consider the approval of the agenda and its posting. Are there any comments from staff concerning the agenda and its posting?
No comments from staff.
Are there any comments from the public in support of the agenda and its posting? Are there any comments from the public in opposition to the agenda and its posting? Is there any discussion by board members on the agenda and its posting? And does any board member wish to propose a motion to accept the agenda and its posting?
Just before we do that, could Ms. Blasco just put on the record that she did post it? I know normally she does that. Normally
Okay.
she says that she posted it on.
Yes, it has been posted in accordance with Nevada open meeting law.
Okay. So that's item number 2, Ms. Blasco, for staff comments. Is there any board member that wishes to propose a motion to accept the agenda and its posting?
Move to accept the agenda was posted.
To make the motion?
Make the motion, I'm sorry. Make the motion that we move to accept.
I'll second.
So the motion to approve the agenda and its posting has been made by Ms. Booth and been seconded by Ms. Benaldi. Is there any discussion or clarification from staff or any petitioner, the Attorney General's representative, or the general public? Is there any discussion, comments, questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion to approve the agenda and its posting has been made, unanimously approved. Mr. Landry, if the official record would show that the motion to accept the agenda and its posting was made and seconded and approved by the board. Are there any additional comments concerning the agenda and the posting from the general public before we move on? Excellent, thank you. Item number 6, consideration and approval of the board meeting minutes from February 11th, 2013. Are there any comments from staff concerning the board meeting minutes from that date?
Board meeting minutes have been read and outlined and summarized, and we have no comments on that.
Ms. Blasco?
No comments.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public in support or in opposition of the board meeting minutes of that date? Is there any discussion by board members regarding those minutes from that date? Does any board member wish to propose a motion to accept the board meeting minutes from February 11th, 2013?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Benaldi.
I'll second.
So that motion has been made by Ms. Benaldi and seconded by Ms. Zeziger. Is there any discussion by the board on the motion to approve those board meeting minutes for that date? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And that motion carries unanimously. Mr. Landry, let the official record show that the motion to accept the board meeting minutes for February 11th, 2013 was made and seconded and then approved by the board. Are there any additional comments or questions or concerns regarding those board meeting minutes from the general public before we move on to the next agenda item? Thank you. We're moving forward to number 7. We have received an introduction letter from Mr. Landry, our new executive director, and I just want to personally welcome you. I thoroughly enjoyed your letter. I thought that it was just outstanding. I thought it was just a nice blend of a heartfelt welcoming, and I liked that you included the public, the members, and the legislative body. It was very well thought out and just quite nice all the way around. Thank you. Mr. Landry, your introduction letter is part of our packet and has been made available to Mr. Nelson. So at this time, in light of a time saver, I'm going to refrain from having that read out loud. Did the general public wish to hear that letter read out loud? Or do you prefer to be given a copy? Copy is fine. Are there any questions regarding Mr. Landry's introduction letter? Is there any comment from the public in support or in opposition to the letter? Is there any discussion by board members on the introduction letter? Would any board member wish to propose a motion to accept the introduction letter by making a motion to approve such letter?
I'll motion to accept the introduction letter from our new executive director.
Thank you, Ms. Long.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Nixdorf. Is there any discussion by the board or questions or comments regarding the motion to accept the introduction letter? We'll proceed to voting. All those in favor of receiving that letter, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? That motion carries. Mr. Landry, please let the official record show that the motion to accept the introduction letter
Every item.
was made, seconded, and approved by the board.
And just to let the board know, the letter will be posted on the website as per the direction initially.
Thank you. Just as a friendly reminder, that letter will be posted to the website. Okay, thank you. We're moving right along to the discussion and the approval or possible approval of the nail kiosk service variance guidelines. We've all had a chance to review those guidelines. Are there comments from staff on the nail kiosk service variance guidelines?
Yes.
Please.
I've discussed with staff, and there's been an increase in the number of variance requests for nail kiosks. Since there are no definitive guidelines for nail service kiosks within NRS 644 or NAC 644, staff has prepared a nail kiosk service variance guideline document to assist the board in processing these variance requests with fair and reasonable regulations. The document is based on a compilation of previous board variance approvals. The staff recommendation is to the adoption of the nail kiosk service variance guidelines to provide petitioners with a definitive set of conditions that, if complied with, would provide a reasonable assurance of the petitioner's approval by the board. Because they follow the guidelines does not assure them approval, that's a board discretion, but based on previous board actions, if they follow these guidelines as proposed or recommended today, if they are approved, then they would have a more reasonable assurance of progressing forward with the variance.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from staff? Are there any comments from the public in support or in opposition to the nail kiosk service variance guidelines? Is there any discussion or questions or comments, Ms. Booth, from the board?
On number 7, I would like to see added in there for the cosmetology inspector, so that they know that they are maintaining this log for the cosmetology inspector. That would be number 7.
A7 under plumbing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. A7 under plumbing.
Okay. What would you like to add to
I'd
it?
like to add that they're maintaining that log for the inspectors to inspect.
Wasn't that what it said?
And I actually have a question on that too, that same number,
Okay,
the plumbing.
because I had a couple more I wanted to say too. But
Why don't you finish then,
okay,
please?
then
Ms.
I
Booth?
also, when it says the distance between the kiosk and restroom should be no more than 500 feet, I think it should say the distance between the kiosk and public restroom, because that could be a little out there for them, because it should be a public restroom, because sometimes in the malls, they're not all public, there's restrooms, but they're private. And then there's one last thing that I would like to see added, is that failure to, something added at the very end, saying failure to comply with this could cause the variance to be revoked. That it wasn't something that was just there always, but if they couldn't comply with this, then it could be revoked if they were chronic abusers. So there's, because there's no consequences in here if they don't follow the rules. That was what I have.
Excellent, thank you.
I
Mr.
think-
Nixdorf.
I agree with the public restroom. I think that's a great addition. A log must be maintained. I think that that's pretty self-explanatory. If they keep a log, the inspector looks at it. That's what their job will be to do. I don't see that anything needs to be added there in specific. Because they follow this, doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to grant variance. These are just guidelines, and they aren't necessarily, these aren't NACs or anything, and they still have to comply with all NACs. So all the penalties associated with that would be the same penalties that any salon or nail establishment has to comply with, and there really isn't any changes, I think, that needs to be added to the end of this, because it's already pretty clear. It's all set forth in NAC and NRS. If they don't meet the requirements as set forth here, and as well as all the other NACs, they get their citations or whatever, whatever the penalty is for that one.
I think this would make a great addition to the subcommittee, a discussion for the subcommittee as well.
Yeah, that would, but this takes, what's gonna happen is this document will be given to a prospective petitioner. The petitioner
Absolutely.
can look at it, right? And then when they make their petition, they'll know exactly what we're looking for. And it'll make the process real easy for us. They're gonna come in and they're gonna say, here's what we've done, how that complies with this. We look at it and go, yes, no, it should save us quite a bit of time. This does not replace or supplant any kind of regulation that we have.
No, I just made an addition.
Mr. Landry, with respect to Ms. Booth's concern regarding plumbing, item number 7, the log, maintaining the log, I'd like to see staff develop that log. So the log is a consistent log across the kiosk variances. So it's not every different kiosk doesn't have a different log. And so I'd like to see that produced.
Would you like that as a part of the packet when we give them the packet for the variance?
Right, the
They'd have
guidelines.
the
Yeah,
guidelines.
absolutely.
They would have that log, and this is something that you're going to be required to keep on site at the station.
And then that way we could also have an initial of the inspector, so we could see who's inspecting that log at any given time. And it's always going to be in the same place. The form will always be very consistent from kiosk to kiosk. So for me, that's very important.
I agree wholeheartedly with you. I think that's a fantastic idea. The other thing I wanted to talk about is I think we talked about number 8 and which option we want to go with. Currently, the reason option number 2 is there is because this is kind of what we've approved in the past. And it's kind of difficult for an inspector to do this, and it's unreasonable to ask of a nail kiosk is that every time they use water that they go dump the water, especially when they have a container that contains 20 gallons, right? I mean, it's plenty. So I'd like to recommend that we go with option number 1.
Mr. Nixdorf, with all due respect, I felt that either option was what the the person could use. In other words, if I finish a service and I don't have a client waiting, then I can exercise option 2. If I have a client waiting, then I can only do so much before I have to exercise option 1. So for me, the 2 options aren't necessarily, they're kind of subsequent. It's like the best method is removing wastewater after your service. The second best method is to not let it be full.
The only reason that we have to do this a little bit more specifically is because the inspectors are going to come in and they're going to look at that wastewater, and it's an option number 2 is in there, and the person, the service provider is done with their service, and there's, say, a gallon of water in the waste container. According to that, they would be cited.
And it's just for washing hands too.
Correct.
So you don't need to do it after every service because it's clearly marked that it's for just washing hands.
Correct. So it's for the inspector's sake. If the inspector walks in and sees that the container is more than 3/4 full, they have a citation to issue. If it's less than 3/4 full, they don't have a citation to issue. And that's really what this is about, is where does the inspector draw the line at when does that thing need to be emptied?
Other comments by the board? Mr. Landry, did you have any comment to that, or?
On that specific point that Mr. Nixdorf raised, staff is in agreement that option 1 is the better. There's nothing that prevents the service provider from emptying it every time, like I said, based on demand. If there's no one around it and they have the opportunity to get away, but it does require them, when it gets to the 3/4 full mark, that they be emptying it. That it's not going to start bubbling back and cause unsafe sanitary conditions.
Ms. Curtis?
And with that being said, I think if you, rather than being confusing, if you have a certain standard that goes out there, it's easier for them to comply, and number 1 would fit that.
Then
You won't confuse them.
It sounds like the recommendation is then to just clean up the language on item number A, plumbing, number 8, wastewater dumping, must be dumped immediately when container is more than 3/4 full.
Correct.
Okay, so is there any other discussion regarding Mr. Nixdorf's correction and removal of option 2?
I have one more question.
Please.
And this would be of Ms. Bradley. My wanting to put the failure to comply could cause this variance to be revoked. Can we do that at any time, even if we don't have that clause in there?
Yes.
Can we?
Yeah, because it says that if they violate technically violating an order of the board is grounds for discipline.
Okay.
And so when you grant a variance, when they come to the meeting, you're making a board order. We haven't actually formalized it and drafted it. But normally, yes, I think it might be a good idea to add it just so that it's clear and no one's surprised. Not that they should be, but just to give them abundance of notice. And it's my hope, and I'm hoping you'll agree, that very, very soon this will become part of your regulations, and so we won't need to do the variance process. This will be in there, and then as you all know, violating a regulation is definitely grounds for disciplinary action. So after, starting July 1 is when we can start submitting new regulations, and so that's my hope, that this is just a few month thing, and then that we'll submit those, and hopefully by this fall, maybe October, November, we'll actually have them in place as law.
I also wanted to ask Mr. Landry about NAC 644315, which is the exhaust system. And I just want to double check, because it says each cosmetological establishment must have a system for exhaust acceptable to the board. And so do these kiosks come with that exhaust system built in? Because I haven't seen that. Particularly if they decide to do acrylic.
Miss Annie has the answer.
You're talking about overhead air exchange exhaust system?
I don't know. I just
Well,
wanted
as a standalone kiosk in a mall or other situation like that,
Is
there's
air
the
conditioned.
ambient ceiling above it, so it's not even really part of the discussion.
That's part of what I was about to say. If it's in the mall, you already have what is acceptable to the board is the air conditioning unit that takes the air to the outside.
Okay. I
Now,
also
if-
want, go right
If you
ahead.
approve anything outside of a mall, that would be some more conversation about that. You'd have to see how they're going to ventilate and extract the air.
Most of the kiosk people that have been in here said that they're just doing manicures, plain manicures. They haven't really been, we asked them about acrylics and that,
Yeah.
and they said that they were not doing that, they were only gonna do plain manicures.
That may be true, but
But that's
we're
not your
licensing them as a nail establishment.
Right, I know that, but I'm just making the mention that that's what they're saying.
I also wanted to double check with NAC 644.325, which are the walls and the floors and ceilings within the cosmetological establishment, because they must be of washable material which is not porous or absorbent. And so where are we at with the kiosk variances that have been approved? Are we looking at the flooring, Ms. Curtis?
Okay, you have actually, when you approve the kiosks, you approve the variances on the wall. Because when you have the definition of the beginning definition of a cosmetological establishment, it is premises, parts of a building, or a salon with surrounding walls. So when you do a kiosk, you have taken the walls out as a variance or as a deviation, because it actually, under the leasing part with the walls, and that's under cosmetological establishment, walls are to separate from other businesses. And therefore, with your kiosks, you have not actually separated them with 6 feet walls from separate businesses, even though they're in a mall. And they may have a little surrounding around their area. But you're actually, when you're approving a kiosk, those are some of the things that you're deviating from.
So is the variance guideline complete when it only discusses plumbing and restrooms?
Those are the only variances that were specifically called out in the board meeting. Typically, when they've come before, there was no specific requirement for a type of wall, height of wall, or whatever. You were granting the variance, but there were no guidelines that we could find from the board meeting minutes. So if you want something set and established or more firm, we could establish, a particular wall height or whatever. But if it's the board's intention to allow latitude among the petitioner, it's going to be hard to put into a variance guideline. It's hard to come up with every instance or every variation that may be approved into a guideline. Unless board directs us to do that, we can certainly do that, come up with a height, or the board can add, in today's discussion, they can add a specific minimum height that you're looking for.
I'm not so much concerned about the height of the walls as I am about the porosity of the flooring. Obviously, if they're working with some chemicals and it gets into that absorbent flooring, that's a little bit something more to deal with than just wall height.
Excuse me, I think it's an easy explanation. You just could add textiles to be used are non-porous and washable. Can we add that to our curriculum?
Well, I'm just saying that's part of the NAC. So
Right, but
even
we're
though the guidelines
we're
are
not.
giving that variance, I want to get back to Mr. Nixdorf's comment, which is all the other NACs have to be in compliance. So if they're given a variance based on these guidelines,
Right.
there are still going to be guidelines that they have to adhere to.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just
You,
trying to
as
be clear.
Mr. Nixdorf has indicated, you really do not need to do all of those because they still have to comply with the other regulations. And the flooring around water areas is already for any
it's already been
cosmetological
designated.
establishment. So it's already understood.
Okay, I'd just like to be clear.
So, can I make a motion?
Please, if there's any more discussion or comments? Okay.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we adopt the nail service kiosk variance guidelines with the following changes. Under plumbing, A7, delete the word A and put the word the. which would imply that the log that the board is creating is the standard log that they're doing, right? Use option number 1, where it'll say number 8 will be wastewater must be dumped immediately when the container is more than 3/4 full. B, restrooms. I, the addition of public between, so that the regulation reads, the distance between the kiosk and the public restroom should be no more than 500 feet. And at the end of the summary, the sentence, failure to comply could cause this variance to be revoked, be added.
And Mr. Nixdorf, even under item restroom BA, I think you should go ahead and say 100 feet from the public restroom, just like you are saying.
Oh,
Why
got
would
it.
you need
Okay,
that
so
one?
500 feet on the
500,
same.
No. The reason we granted a variance is because there's different distances for the restrooms. Now you're gonna change that again to back to what we had as a regulation.
Yeah, this would be discussion. This
Yeah,
is
we have a
discussion.
motion.
I made my motion, and I'm more than welcome to.
I second your motion.
Okay, so we've had a motion on the table that makes corrections to the variance guidelines. There is a second. The motion was made by Mr. Nixdorf, the second by Mr. Hoffman. Is there any question or discussion regarding that motion?
Can we just repeat the motion?
Sure. The motion is to accept these nail service kiosk guidelines, variance guidelines, with, under section A, plumbing, A7, the word A be removed at the beginning and replaced with the word the.
Okay.
To accept option number 1, so item 8 will read, wastewater must be dumped immediately when container is more than 3/4 full.
Okay.
Item B, AI, the addition of the word public prior to the first mention of the word restroom, so that it should read the distance between the kiosk and the public restroom. And an addition of a line at the end of the summary that says failure to comply could cause this variance to be revoked.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other, Mrs. Curtis?
A
Yes.
question. Okay, on a failure to revoke, will they be brought back before you, the board? In other
You mean the
words,
failure
They would have to
comply.
reapply for another variance, is what I would see.
what happens in the meantime? Do
You
you
write them
shut
up,
them
they
down?
come before the board.
You write them up and they continue to practice until they come before you?
Correct, like anybody else.
Well,
Correct. And these would be citations
Revoke.
issued.
Because
and-
we don't have the power to revoke.
no.
Right.
Well,
You'd have to come back, you'd have to write them up and come back before the board.
Okay.
Like,
well, what you're saying is the variance might be revoked, not the license.
right.
But
Oh, yes.
It
the
needs some
variance,
clarity.
but that would essentially, I mean, if the variance is revoked, that would shut down the kiosk. That would mean that they can't operate, in the current location or whatever where they're at.
Well, you need to say that. It needs to be said.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm,
Because the way I understood it is that if they don't follow this, they're cited, correct, for
well,
something, right?
they only can normally cite for the violations that are specified in NAC 644-700.
Okay.
We can't sign.
So normally they don't cite for anything else. That's when it comes before the board in a hearing, basically, situation. So I think that's what would have to happen, is that if you find people violating it, you let me know, we get them on for the next agenda. The problem is
Yeah.
Can they operate?
there's gonna be months
The-
before.
But it says
language-
could, it doesn't say that
Correct.
they're gonna
Could.
lose it, it's just saying they could lose it. So it's not saying, okay, we're gonna
Okay.
chop your hands off,
Well,
we're
It
saying.
needs to be clearer
You're right.
as to
you're right.
what we do.
Well-
That's what I'm asking.
So
Well-
we need to have an amendment.
I think the only way it can work is what I'm saying, though. We're not saying chop hands off, no one's, but what we're saying is that
I mean, it's not.
that if they find violations, they can't really do anything about it. Right now, what inspectors can do is they do a report of an establishment, so they list different violations they see, and they issue citations for the things specified in NAC 644-700. So if it's not specified there, they sort of note it on an establishment report, and if it gets to be a big enough problem, let's say, then they talk with Mr. Landry about it. They then maybe talk to me, and maybe we bring you a case for a failure to comply with a certain provision. But that's the way we handle anything that's not specified. So obviously, this isn't something that's specified in NAC 644-700. So what I think would have to happen is if they find that somebody's violating it, they can certainly talk to them about it verbally, hey, this is a problem. they can write it in their inspection report, and then because this is a special thing, they would then, I guess, tell me about it. We would maybe present a case to you at a future board meeting. They don't have the power to basically shut a business down without you guys knowing. And so, but the only concern would be, just, thinking about this practically, we're here in May, and the next meeting is August, and then the next meeting, so there's going to be a gap there. I mean, if they find someone violating, let's say in June, it might be 2 months for them violating the the variance.
But even a regular situation with regular NACs and NRSs, we still can't shut them down until they're before the board anyway.
Absolutely.
So we're not.
Shutting them down, they'd lose their variance.
Right, well,
Correct.
yeah, which is the same thing as coming before us for a review if
Right.
somebody had a continuing situation of
I mean-
violations of NRSs and so on and so forth.
Temporary
Yeah, I
variance
mean,
loss
it's,
until.
so
It
it's gonna be
is.
the same thing.
It is. I guess the reason I'm just bringing it up is it's not immediate, and I mean, I don't know if you were all aware of that, because I wasn't sure by the
Yeah,
conversation.
no, they have to come before us before we can review them and shut them down, suspend their license, revocation, so on and so forth.
Okay.
And that's, yeah.
Mr. Landry?
And one thing I would note that if we find something severe enough, if it is something that we don't think can wait that long, you could call an emergency board
Special
meeting.
session.
Yes.
Special session.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
if we see that, if we think the public health is in danger,
Yeah, if it's the-
we
if
would
the public
certainly
health
bring
is
it to the board
immediately
to
at
have a
risk.
special meeting.
Absolutely.
Can I amend my own motion?
Well, I just have one more question. So what you're saying is, if you're finding that they're not emptying the wastewater, we can't cite them, or we can cite them?
Absolutely.
So we can cite them, and
No.
then they have to pay a fine?
No. She can write it on, the inspectors
No,
can
no.
write it on an inspection report. There's NAC 644-700 doesn't say, I mean, let me check, but I don't believe it talks
But
about
even if-
disposing of wastewater.
Under that, guys, then we have to wait until they're habitually not following the rules
Well,
before it comes before the board?
no.
And then at that, we can't cite them?
Okay, citing is only for things specified in NAC 644-700, so you might want to turn there, and this is, operating without a license, expired
Right, well,
license.
all those guidelines are still under our providence, so we can still, if somebody's not displaying their license, they can receive a citation.
Absolutely, at
If they
those
don't,
places.
if they have an expired, I mean, all that stuff still
All
is
that,
inherent.
it has to be
So-
the thing specified, but if they're not emptying the wastewater,
I see.
that's
Right.
not site worthy, that goes in the inspection report, and then we can do a case immediately on just one violation if we want to. If we don't, we could wait for them to do it 5 times. I mean,
It's
that's
my understanding that it's supposed to be run as a nail salon. So they should be
Absolutely.
following all the rules and regulations of a nail
And they will
salon.
be, and if they're not, that's subject to us changing it, but if they're not dumping the wastewater and the stuff that we've granted a variance for,
Okay. All right.
that'll
Then
be
they-
noted in the log, they'll come before us,
Okay,
and more than likely we will revoke their variance.
so that's clear, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Mr. Nixdorf, you had a concern about your motion?
Yeah, I agree that it needs to be clearer.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I would like to amend my motion to change the last sentence to state, failure to comply could cause this variance to be brought back to the board for review.
And I amend my second to include that additional edit.
So is there any other discussion by the board on the motion and the revisions to that motion to accept the nail kiosk service variance guidelines and those changes that were made? At this time, I'd like to entertain the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And that motion carries. Mr. Landry, let the official record show that the motion was accepted. The nail service kiosk variance guidelines with changes were made, seconded, and approved by the board. Any other additional comments regarding this nail kiosk service variance guidelines from the general public before we were to move on? Did you have a copy of that the nail kiosk services variance guidelines? Or would you like my copy? Yeah.
I feel humbled.
There's my copy.
Thanks.
Okay. You may pass that around. Number 9, we have a petitioner, Beth Madden, Naisha Goodwin, and Barn 101 Limited, doing business as Get Nailed 24/7. To receive a variance from the board to construct and operate a nail service kiosk. Are they present?
They're not.
Ms. Blasco, had you heard from that petitioner?
No, I have not. They are from Las Vegas.
Perhaps there was some
And-
confusion as to whether or not they were to be on this agenda or the subsequent.
No,
Las
no,
Vegas
not at all.
No.
They wanted to come, and Jeff kind of thought they might not show, so.
Okay, so at this time, I'd like to move item number 9
Can I ask
to,
a question? I'm sorry. On this, after we approve this, do they need to come before us?
We can.
Yes.
Oh, they're still gonna have to come before us.
Everything that's not in the
every
green
variance
book.
must come before you.
Okay.
We don't grant the variance, we give them the guidelines
Okay.
to apply for a variance. The board is the only governing body that can grant it.
So
I
at-
just want to-
so-
Thank you, Al.
so at this time, I'm going to be moving that petitioner, item number 9, to still give them an opportunity to be present today, to item number 22, right before any additional comments by the general public. So in the event that that petitioner does show today, we will still have the opportunity to hear their request for a variance. Mr. Mixtor?
I wanted to clarify a little bit. Part of what we just approved, right, is that according to NAC 644-440 motions, number 5, a decision on a motion will be made without oral argument unless the board requires an oral argument, and if the board requires an oral argument, it will set a date and time for the hearing of the argument. By that, we could take action on this if there's enough information here for us to make a judgment on, and with the staff's recommendations, stuff. We could,
I had questions of the petitioners.
okay. I mean, but we could, right? We don't have to like make it go to the next one.
This isn't really a motion, though. A motion is normally when they're asking for something regarding a disciplinary action. So normally when, it says a motion must be made in writing unless it's made during a hearing. So it's implied that this has to do with hearing. So I'm not sure that that actually applies. What that's trying to say is if you make a decision against somebody in a disciplinary capacity and they want you to reconsider it, they can file a motion to that effect, and then you can decide that motion without oral argument. This would be like a petition, which would be governed under NAC 644-430, where they can ask for things.
So can we not act on something if it's brought before us, if we have enough information to act on
Certainly,
it?
if you think that's true, I just don't think the motion provision is the one you rely on. I mean, if somebody requested something and nobody has questions and everybody thinks it's fine, certainly you could vote to do that. And if you want to bring that up today, you could. You could say, I've reviewed it, I think whatever I think, and you could then make a motion if you want, and it's up to the other board members how they want to vote on that. I mean, it's an option. I don't see that it's, it's not allowed, but I know normally the people are before you, in these situations, but I don't know that that's required.
I also want to state, and I want to go back to Ms. Benaldi's comment from when we had a petitioner a couple months back, and they had the most beautiful presentation of their petition. And when I go back to Ms. Benaldi's comments, we don't even have the establishment license floor plan guideline for what it looks like on her application form.
Right.
So we don't, to be quite frank with you, there's so many questions of this petitioner. I still would like to give them the opportunity to come back this afternoon prior to making any decision. I would not be able to make a decision on this right now.
I agree.
I don't think it's a good idea to just uniformly just say, okay, if you want it, well, we're gonna give it to you.
Right.
I think you need to have the person in front of you, you need to talk to them, you make sure they understand what we need and what we expect from them.
So if you could just hold on to number 9, that'll be brought up again as item number 21.5. We'll move to item, unless there's any other questions. And so at this time, if we could just take a 5-minute break, and we'll resume in 5 minutes. And we'll resume at 10:04. State Board of Cosmetology is resuming at 10:06 with agenda item number 10, a petition to appear by Ms. Lee Hancock. doing business as Pin Up and Go. Is Ms. Hancock, would you like to please come up? The board will consider for possible action Ms. Hancock's petition to receive a variance to operate a mobile hair service that offers makeup application and dry hair services to individuals in their hotel rooms or homes. Are there any comments from staff on the Pin Up and Go petition at this time?
Yes, there are. Staff has reviewed the petition for conformance with NRS 644 and NAC 644. Staff recommends denial at this point due to non-compliance with NRS 644 and NAC 644. Specifically, NAC 644.380 place of practice requires a licensee to work in a salon. No prior variances have been given for working outside the salon by this board or other boards. There are currently only 4 exemptions to this requirement. NAC 644.380.2, emergency or death. NAC 644.380.4, the doctor indicated client is under long-term care, where the client did not go to a salon. NAC 644.385, donated services. All of these are pre-approved where you do not have to work within a salon. That's within the NAC. Also, NRS 644.190.3, subsection D, a photographer or employees for the sale of a photo are exempted from these provisions within NRS. Also, NRS 644.190.4, employees of a motion picture production, commercial, or show are also exempted. So there are exemptions that exist for photography, where cosmetology services are ancillary to that and are not advertised as the service. The service is photography, but they're provided as an ancillary service. And also in the motion picture, commercial, and show production area, those are also exempted from purview of the board by 644, NRS 644. If the petitioner worked for a photographer or was a photographer offering photographic service for a fee, in which the total fee for the photograph included hair and makeup services, then the petitioner would be exempted from the requirements of NRS 644. All advertisements for this type of service would have to indicate all charges were for the photograph and could not indicate the hair and makeup services as a separate fee or service. So based on NRS regulations that I've stated and NAC guidelines that the board has in place, the staff would have to recommend denial on this.
Thank you. At this time, would the petitioner, Ms. Hancock, would you like to present the information to the board and make a concerted discussion towards Mr. Landry's comment?
Here's my issue with this. I'm licensed in the city of Las Vegas. I have run a salon. I was the manager of a major salon in a casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. All major casinos on the Strip offer outside services. They will go to your hotel room and do makeup and hair. They will go to your reception area and do makeup and hair. They will go wherever the money calls, and nobody says a word about it. If you look online, Craigslist, major websites are posted all over the internet offering services that I wouldn't even consider offering. I have just a sample of them. This lady here will do a perm in the privacy of your own home. I am only trying to do non-chemical, no wet services. I'm not trying to wash the hair. I'm not trying to apply any kind of chemicals. The only thing I'm trying to do is to take dry hair, curl it, pin it up into a style, and apply makeup for a special event, wedding, graduation, whatever, you know. These services are completely non-chemical. I use all, majority of my products are disposable. I have disposable brushes and applicators. I use medical grade sanitizer on any tools that are not disposable and so forth. I don't see where there's an issue. I don't see where it's, you know, when you have salons that are willing to go, I can name them to you and go to you and do these services, and it's perfectly legal. We sent them out in the salon that I just left, and it's perfectly okay. I don't see where, you know, my service that I'm offering is a, I don't see where it's an issue.
Ms. Curtis?
Okay. We've addressed many of the, so that the board knows, we've addressed anything that comes across to us as a complaint from consumers. We've addressed many of the Craigslist persons to inform them of the law, 190.1. And 38 NAC 644380, where place of practice. It's a concern to the inspection staff. I don't see how you can maintain any checks and balances on your health and safety, which is what this board is for, if you start, because this would be a way of considering freelance. None of that's in the law book. You don't get to just go and do services around the state. Our law book says you have to be in a salon. And I think it's for the purpose of health and safety of the public. As you all know, we also have the bug MRSA. It can be transmitted without you knowing it from person to person, just by touching, not washing the hands. So I think it's a really big leap to start letting your licensees do freelance.
Now, excuse me, but I'm approaching the board as a licensed cosmetologist. I'm trying to do this the right way. I could have very easily posted an ad on Craigslist under any name. There's a duo team working out of Summerlin. Every page that you look on Craigslist has this team. Supposedly, they went to the Billboard Awards and do all this work, but yet they're willing to do your hair for $70, okay? Here I am willing to pay taxes, get fully licensed. I mean, who in their right mind would be willing to do this if I'm not going by the book? I managed a salon. I've had Cosmetology Board come to my salon and the State Board of Massage Therapy twice. Both times I've gotten no points against me. I kept an impeccably clean salon. I was on my employees. I fired employees for a lot less of the fractions than you guys would even consider being a problem. I keep a very clean station in the salon that I work out of, you know, so it's like you're punishing one person who's willing to do it the right way, who's willing to be licensed, pay taxes, go through all the measures, actually buy medical grade sanitizer, pay the expense of using disposable brushes and applicators, which is unheard of in my industry. People don't do it. They will use a nail file 50,000 times and think nothing of it. But yet you're punishing me for what everybody else has done and what they're continuing to do. This lady is doing a perm in your home. You're welcome to it. This is just a handful of the people that are on the websites.
Ms. Hancock, when you became licensed in the state of Nevada, did you agree to follow the Chapter 644?
And I have no problems with those laws at
And that's
all.
why
but-
you're practicing within licensed establishments.
And I understand that, and I have no problem, but I've seen for years where companies are willing to send out stylists to do mobile services, and nothing is said about it. It's perfectly fine, okay?
Actually, I think Ms. Curtis did tell you that she follows up with all customer complaints or consumer complaints.
Customers aren't going to complain. The customer isn't going to complain if they're getting a service convenient to them. It's not the customer who's going to complain.
Ms. Hancock, let's let Ms. Curtis address that.
The complaints don't come until someone's dissatisfied.
Right.
And if it happens, then it'd be the one time that the customer is dissatisfied, that the board would, especially if they approve this, they would be under the gun for the person working outside of a licensed establishment. But also, there's also the caveat of going up into the rooms. You don't know what's in the rooms, and you don't know what may happen to the person. So what if someone gets killed? The board would also be liable with passing that kind of a law for its licensees.
But how is, I'm confused as to
Ms.
how-
Hancock, let's let some other folks address your concern. Mr. Landry?
Yes, the one thing I just want to let Ms. Hancock know is we're not passing judgment on you, and we have no, we've not said anything about you and your sanitation practices, your skills and all. What we're strictly saying is, as staff, is the law as it reads today, and not just the guidelines, but the law says that you must, operate within a salon. And until that law is changed, that we can't recommend that happen. If we are aware, not only on complaints, but if we become aware through our search of the internet, of looking on Craigslist, and we see a violation, we actually go out and enforce that. We're not condoning and allowing it. If we're unaware of it, we can't enforce it. But once we're aware of it, either through our own actions or through the public in any fashion, we actually do go out and look to inspect it. The thing that's particularly hard in this instance is because you're not an established salon, it occurs in a room at some point in time and then they're gone, and there's no way for us to go to that room while it's being done. But if we have a contact, we will follow up, and we do cite practicing outside of salon.
So basically what you're saying, I should have just posted an ad on Craigslist and just said, the heck with it.
You may be jeopardizing your license if you were to do that.
Because I'm willing to also guarantee you that 90% of all the people that are on Craigslist aren't even licensed.
If there's any instance like that you find, we welcome you to report it to
I'm not trying to snitch or tattletale.
We understand that, but we can't.
If the board has time enough to step into a salon and take these little things and so forth and so on, but yet they don't have time enough to see the multiple salons that are advertising online through the casinos. Your major casinos are doing it.
Yes, but they don't understand that they're actually violating our laws.
They don't
If it's something
care.
that you
They're
can
willing to
report
pay
to
the
us.
fine.
I mean, we understand your frustration, but we can only operate within the limits of the law.
I'm going to open the floor up for Ms. Bradley.
I just want to say, I would encourage every licensee that's aware of unlawful activity to let the board know, because it's a public safety issue. Just because it's happening and the consumers aren't complaining, it's still an issue. And it's against the law, and it could help you, right? Because if they're doing this, taking business from you, and they're violating the law, by all means, let the board know. So it helps you, because now we can stop them, and you're able to practice lawfully. And the other thing is they might think it's just a fine, but I will go to court and I will get a court order against them, which is an injunction. And if they violate it, they will go to jail. I have somebody right now in Elko, not for this board, who has 5 days in jail suspended on a civil matter because the person is continuing to practice without a license. So just because it might take a little longer, first of all, there are criminal implications as well for continued unlicensed practice in the state of Nevada as a cosmetologist. We can refer it to the DA's office at any time, and I'm happy to do that as well. I'm also happy to go to court and get an injunction. It takes some time. It's a lot of work for me, but I'll do it because we need to make sure people follow the law. So just because they think it might just be a $1,000 fine and eventually maybe it goes up to $2,500, whatever they think, oh no. I mean, they could look at jail time, even into civil action, not a criminal matter. And a criminal matter is jail time as well. So it's not a simple thing. I'm happy to follow up on any and all complaints you have, any and all information you have regarding unlicensed people, salons, casinos. I mean, because it's not okay to violate the law.
It's very common, and it's very frustrating because of the fact is that what I'm doing requires no chemical services at all.
Ms. Hancock, would you provide your contact information to Ms. Curtis, and then Ms. Curtis can follow up with you directly to kind of ascertain exactly how this is happening. Okay, Ms. Booth?
I have to make a comment as a public member not being in hairdressing. I know several hairdressers that do this. Pick up a camera and take a camera with you. And that's what's kind of sad to me, is that if you have a camera with you and you, as part of your service, doing the camera, then you can go do this. And I think it's something in the law review that we need to look at, because in Las Vegas, well, let me finish. In Las Vegas, I'm going to say it's happening all the time. I know of people too doing it. I don't know who they are sometimes, but I hear it, I see it. And I know you work in a casino. It's happening. And we need to kind of regulate this or do something. But if you take a camera with you, you can do the hair and offer the photography services. And Miss Annie's going to maybe correct me better on this. But I know two that are doing that. They offer the photographs as well as the hair.
This is what I
makeup.
don't understand, where I'm confused. If I take a
Let Miss
camera
Annie
with
answer
me,
that for you.
suddenly it's perfectly okay
No,
for me to
no,
get the same
she's wrong.
service?
No,
That's not correct.
don't listen to that.
Actually, you have to be a photographer, established as a photographer, a business, or his employees. That means he has to have a 1099 for you or something like that. You just don't take the camera and click the flick. You have to be established as a business person.
But I'm still confused.
I am also in Las Vegas, and I have a studio there as well, and I work with a lot of photographers, and there's a lot of photographers that are willing to work with you. I'd be happy to get you a list of those professional photographers that do professional.
I'm still kind of a little bit confused here. I work with a photographer, and suddenly what I do is okay.
Ancillary.
It's
That's
suddenly
part of
now
their
you're saying
service.
that the services are no longer an issue of segmentation or anything like that, just because I work with a photographer.
Well, the
Does
reason
that make
for that,
sense?
well, the reason for it is to encourage movies and things like that to be made in Nevada.
But it doesn't
Right.
mean that the person performing the hair and makeup services is any more sanitary. I mean, she can.
You're right, and apparently the Nevada State Legislature was willing to bear that risk. And so there's certain exceptions to the law, and one of them is if you're doing a photography thing. So in other words, the person is paying for the photograph. They're not paying for your services. And it can't
But
be
I ultimately
advertised
get
as if
paid
they pay for your
part of the
services.
process.
And they're not under the this is Annie Curtis. They're not under the jurisdiction of this board when they are under the photographer.
Ms. Essiger?
There is a way to get around it, is what we're saying to you.
Right.
That's the loophole in the
That's the
law.
loophole.
I knew about that, but it was like, why should I have to? Because the thing is, that guy taking that picture isn't going to protect that client from catching anything because it doesn't even pertain to
But
him.
then
I'm
you-
trying to do it the right way.
But then you would do
Yeah.
what you want to do. You would have your own sanitation, you would,
Right.
you know you would be doing it right. I have a salon in a casino, and do I like it that other people come in and do hair and take clients from me and they go to the rooms and do it? No, I don't like it. But I do not go to the rooms and because it's against the law to do it. And being on the board makes it real easy for me to say, no, I'm sorry, we don't provide that service. And you know they're not paying taxes on the money, which is very irritating to me, because I have to pay taxes. So
Yeah, I
I
was
think
willing
they
to
should,
do the
and
whole
as you
9
said,
yards.
most of them probably do not even have a license. Their aunt told them they do really good hair or
Yeah, they're what
something.
they call kitchen
So,
beauticians.
but as the way the law is written, we can't give you what you want. But we're telling you where the loophole is.
Are there any comments from the public in support or in opposition to the petitioner Pinup and Go's petition? Anyone in the general public? Is there any discussion by any of the other board members regarding this Pinup and Go petition?
I have one comment.
Mr. Nixdorf?
At the end of this meeting, I have a law review committee where we're going to be looking at all these different laws that may need some revision. If you can put together a specific variance or change to a law, I'd be willing to listen to your case this afternoon and add that to our list of laws that may need some review and
Yeah,
some
'cause
revision.
I don't see how you're gonna put a stop to it. You can't stop every person that's doing it, every salon that's offering it under the book. Some of them try it. You can go to the Cosmetology, Cosmopolitan, and it's right on their menu, in-room services.
I have a comment here.
So,
Please.
What about, it is the law. What about just doing the right thing to do? Because it is the law and it's written in our law book. I get calls weekly. I have a full-service salon to go out and do all
I'm
these
getting
things.
ready to open a full-service salon, and it's not trying to get away with doing something because, or anything like that. It's just, I could understand if I was trying to perm someone hair, I could understand if I was trying to cut, color, relax someone's hair, doing chemical services. I wouldn't in a million years go to someone's home and try to do a relaxer in their home.
Well, the thing is, I remember we had a case a while back that it was a manicurist that she filed one person's nails. Once you're in their home, all of a sudden, and this happens, and you know this in a salon, that they say, I just need a trim, and they're all, you know what, I'm looking gray and whatnot.
If
But
you look at my
but it
kit,
happens.
the fact of the matter for me is I make more money pinning up hair and doing airbrush makeup and I'm in and out the door and so forth. I have a time limit on it. That's one of my specialties. I can get it done in 45 minutes. I do not want to be cutting someone's hair. I work out of a salon. If you're that interested in me and think I'm that great, you're more than welcome to come to my salon. But I do not want to be doing chemical services, cutting hair, doing any of those services right now. I make too much money just pinning up someone's hair in 20 minutes and applying some makeup to be bothered with How much can you charge for a haircut?
Ms. Hancock, I appreciate your lawful behavior. Is there any other discussion regarding the Pin Up and Go petition? Ms. Bradley?
Okay, so I just want to say a couple things. It's not a loophole, it's an exception. So for a photographer, if they are doing legitimate photography services, senior portraits, weddings, whatever they do, it's common that makeup and hair is a part of that. And so that's an exception for those sorts of businesses. And you're right. We hope that they do things right, but they don't fall under the jurisdiction of this board. It's also an exception for movies and things like that. And the reason for that is the state wants to encourage people to come to Nevada and make movies, and we don't want the actors and actresses, to have to deal with somebody in Nevada that they don't know. They may have somebody they really like in LA that they use, and they want to bring that person here and have them work on them. So that's why the exceptions are there. They're there hopefully to encourage business, but at the same time, I think the legislature believed most likely that those are exceptions. They don't happen all the time. As a general rule, normal services should be done in a salon so that they can be inspected. Because you might be fabulous, and I'm sure you are, but the concern is the next person that wants to do this may not be. And one of the purposes for the inspection staff is to make sure people follow the law, because you know they're going to come there at some point. They're going to look and see what you've done and how clean the salon is. And so that's kind of like the carrot, right? You make sure you follow the law because you might get checked. And the concern is if you're working in many different places, there's really no way for us to know, and again, you might be great, but the other people aren't. And I'm confident that staff is going to be happy to follow up on any and every complaint that comes in. And you can let the board know. And it's not being a snitch. It's actually protecting the public. And so, certainly it's not like you're tattling just to tattle. I mean, this is legitimate. It could hurt somebody, especially with MRSA and things like that. And you don't know what's in a hotel room. You go in there, I mean, who knows how clean it is or isn't, how long they've been staying there, whether they've had the linens changed. I mean, whatever. I mean, there could be things in that room, and as a licensed professional, you don't want to, number one, expose yourself, but also possibly, harm somebody because the room itself just isn't clean. Like your salon, it's clean. You clean it. You do the right things. And so those are the reasons. And so I just want to make sure it's clear. It's not a loophole. It's an exception. And I want to make sure that you're also clear that the photography thing, it isn't just you bringing a camera. It's a legitimate photography thing. It's advertised as photography. So if you want to start doing weddings and things like that, maybe that would be really fun. And, maybe that does pay well, and certainly you're free to do that if you pair with a photographer, as Ms. Long was suggesting earlier. So I hope that's clear. The board hasn't voted on this yet, but I think we know the direction they're going by the comments that have happened, but I am going to hopefully encourage you to vote on it, board.
Does any board member wish to propose a motion to accept or reject the Pin Up and Go petition?
I make a motion to reject the Pin Up and Go petition.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
The motion has been made by Ms. Booth and seconded by Ms. Zesiger. Is there any discussion by the board on the motion to reject the Pin Up and Go petition? Any questions or comments or concerns? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Was there a nay?
No.
No. That vote passed unanimously. Ms. Hancock, I'm sorry, your petition was denied at this time.
Just so you guys know, the state of Nevada actually issued me a license.
What does
Thank
that
you.
mean?
Thank you. The executive director, Mr. Landry, will you let the official record show that the motion was to reject the petition? It was made and seconded and approved by the board. Okay. Are there any additional comments from the general public regarding that recent rejection of the petition? And as for Ms. Hancock's final comment, I think that was a Nevada State business license, and she can operate her business any way that she chooses. And then the second,
As long as it's within the laws of the all the laws of the state of Nevada. So the business license regulates her, paying taxes and what she's able to do there. The State Board of Cosmetology regulates where she can practice, which you just motion.
And so the paperwork that we have, it does indicate that the business license application can no longer be processed. So I'm to understand that between the date of this letter and her comment just now, it has been processed?
I'm assuming that's the case, but just to let the board know, we are working with the Secretary of State's office. They have a new licensing application to help streamline that process. It's called Nevada or NV Silver Flume. We're working with the Secretary of State's office in order to put our information on their website so that anyone who's looking to open up a cosmetology salon, school, or any other area that's regulated by the board, we will have our information there, and they will be able to click and go to our board website.
So rules and regulations governing how we do what we do.
That's correct.
Perfect.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Landry, though, in light of the petitioner's final comment, I would like follow-up on this particular matter, you know, and to the extent that her business is practicing lawfully within a licensed establishment.
We will definitely do that. And
Thank
also, Bradley, just for the board's information, Bradley informed me that the board, the staff has the ability to approach Craigslist in any advertisement for services in room. We can ask Craigslist to remove that listing because it is unlawful in the state of Nevada, and we will do so.
And so,
I think it's very easy. It's my understanding you may not be able to always make a case because they may not give their correct information, but it's my understanding there's a mechanism to contact like the webmaster or whatever for Craigslist and just say, these ads violate the law, here's the law, and then they'll just take them down, and you can do that routinely.
There's a line item on every page. If this is unlawful, please report it.
Yes.
It's a little window to click right there.
Yes, and I've worked with other clients that have worked with that. The other thing too to keep in mind, the business license for the state and the city and the counties, they're obviously done differently. It's mostly paying a fee and going through their process, which is much different than yours. Just because someone has a business license doesn't mean they're able to practice cosmetology, for example. They must also be licensed by you. I do know the process is different, but again, I'm aware that if you learn that, for example, a company or person is practicing in an unlawful way and they have a business license, you can contact the business licensing folks and you can say, this business is unlawful and here's why, and they can take back or revoke or you know, because one of the caveats in those business licenses is that the underlying business is lawful. And so if it's not, then they can get involved in that way.
Ms. Alexander?
Yes, she was issued a business license, but it was also revoked because she couldn't have a business license without having a cosmetology license. So on the 28th of February, they told her business license was no longer legal. So she don't have a business license.
So it has been, does she have a current license?
Well, I said you submitted.
I think they went back and forth is what it is. I think even with Gloria, she applied again.
Oh, okay.
Because she seemed to imply just now that it was
Right, that she didn't
like a
need our
reason.
approval anyways.
Right.
But she don't have a business license that's valid.
But Mr. Landry, more importantly, I think there's a presumption that this individual intends to do exactly what she asked by coming toward the board today.
Well, that was her statement about being punished.
Right. So, I mean, unfortunately, the petitioner left with final comments that seem to imply that she's going to proceed with her intentions.
If she proceeds and we're aware of it through either finding her advertising or you know, complaints from the public, we will definitely follow her as we do every licensee or unlicensed individual who's practicing outside the salon.
And then as a matter of administrative policy, we are going to have to prioritize the checking of this Craigslist business because we can't have a petitioner come before us making claims that we're not doing due diligence to follow up on these types of these types of matters.
That'll be a regular part of our weekly activities, is checking Craigslist, requesting the listings be taken down where we can make contact, contacted individuals, letting them know that they're doing things illegally within the state of Nevada.
And I'd like to see a report of that. I'd like to see the number that we are responding to, because if this gets out of hand, if it turns into hundreds, that's going to be very alarming. If this stays within managing numbers, ones and twos and things like that, I mean, those I just think are isolated situations. But if we begin to see this as a landslide, I would like to be kept abreast.
I think
It's all over.
Ms. Hancock also said these licensees are out there legally doing that, and they're not legally doing that. You know, she said they're out there legally out there, and it's okay, and it's not okay. I think that that was a she misspoke.
Misstatement, yes.
Yeah, misstatement.
Any other final comments on this matter? Staff, please, Ms.
In the past, say recent past, we've talked to many folks from Craigslist. They were reported. Then we talked to one person, they'd bring in another list of other folks. And we made a concerted effort to talk and write up the reports. But it only ends about there because we don't know where to go check them. So as far as we certainly can address it and give you a number, but I don't know if it's going to solve the situation.
I'm not necessarily asking to solve it by having some stats that come from your exploration, but it will give us some more insight as to the extent to which it's happening. We had a petitioner that made a claim that we're not aware of it. Now that we are made aware of it, we need to make every concerted effort to cease and desist that type of behavior.
We can do
We
that.
know a licensee is doing this. We find a licensee is doing this. Is there a violation that we could send out just on that alone?
Unlicensed activity.
Unlicensed
Absolutely.
activity.
I think there should be a system that we follow,
I
like
agree.
a cease and desist letter followed by some sort of backup with the secretary's office.
And Mr. Landry, you can be responsible for creating that
We can
internally.
work that out, but
Well,
I
I
mean,
think it's time to work it out.
yeah,
Apparently,
I'm just
from
saying,
statements about
cease and desist letter, I'm not sure that you have that ability, but you can certainly cite people for unlicensed activity or working outside of a licensed establishment, et cetera.
Well, it's my understanding that Mr. Jimno always sent out, or claimed to send out cease and desist letters previous.
I'll have to look at your authority for those letters and see what he was sending them on.
So final comment, Ms. Curtis?
Okay, you usually have to have facts. You can't do a whole lot of work on innuendos, because usually we work with, these are the facts, we talk to the people, come up with some presumptions or what they may admit to before you can start really putting the cease and desist into play.
So
You have to
they're
have facts.
advertising.
Otherwise, it's just a conversation.
Advertising doesn't constitute a fact.
Yeah.
Well, but you
I know when
can
some-
get rid of advertising.
Okay,
If-
we can do that.
Yeah.
But the way we operate as inspectors, most of the things we have to see tangibly before we can write it down, we have to observe it.
I'll just look forward to Mr. Landry working with you directly to come up with a comprehensive
Yes.
plan. Once that plan feels comprehensive, I suspect we'll have the opportunity to review it.
Alex, I just want to tell you, there's a hairdresser in Boulder City that I do know, and she was and she got busted by the Cosmetology Board, and so now she does the photographs, and in the photograph, she has a package of the hair and makeup. She's legal now. So it's a lot of that going on in Nevada and, well, in Las Vegas area because of all the weddings and stuff. So
So, Mr.
I'm sure
Landry,
she's not the only one.
perhaps you can compare this situation with some of the other abnormal or abnormalities in other situations and try to come up with some type of balance that's acceptable to the law. Any other final comments or concerns? Let's please move on to petition to appear Paul Mitchell School of Reno. Is there a petitioner represented by Amy Christensen? Amy, thank you. The petition, the board will consider for possible action the petition by Amy Christensen on behalf of the Paul Mitchell School to receive an approval to reduce the number of hours required to qualify for licensure from 18 to 1,600 hours. Are there any comments from staff on the Paul Mitchell School petition.
Yes, there are.
Please.
Staff reviewed the licensing requirements of adjacent states and found the following: California, 1,600 hours; Arizona, 1,600 hours; Nevada, 1,800 hours. Utah was 2,000 hours, but they have just recently, as of this legislative session, reduced theirs down.
To what?
To 1,600. And Idaho, 2,000 hours; Oregon, 2,300 hours. So that gives you, we're kind of in the middle, not on the low end, not on the high end, we're somewhere in the middle. But be that as it may, no matter what those hours are, staff recommends denial of this request, since it is a violation of NRS 644.205 subsection A. So we don't, within the law as stipulated by the legislature, we must have 1,800 hours. There's no variance request, and there's nothing that can be done from staff's opinion by the board to reduce this. There is a legislative process to get the legislature changed, as Mr. Nixdorf's committee will be addressing and looking at. But at the current time, the law states 1,800 hours, and we can't see any variation from that.
Mr. Landry, you and I have talked about this before, and we're going to probably end up talking about it again. In the petitioner's petition, she clearly states that students are dropping out of Nevada schools to attend a different state school that has fewer number of hours, passing that test, becoming licensed, and then returning to Nevada to exercise their reciprocity. How is it that our reciprocity agreement undermines the 1,800 legal requirement for the number of hours that they would be required to have?
Actually, the law does not undermine that. It is different from what other states
The
require.
reciprocity agreement.
Right, but what we base reciprocity on and what we're looking for is passing of a national exam. If they have not passed a national exam that's accepted by the state of Nevada, then they don't get in. So they have proven through a test on theory and a test on practice that they are able to practice as a licensed cosmetologist. They're licensed in another state, they've passed that exam and passed that practical.
But if the student or the licensee has insufficient number of hours that are required by Nevada law, the reciprocity agreement doesn't matter. What matters is that they qualify according to have received the legal number of hours. Then the reciprocity agreement for that national testing needs to support that law. It can't be an otherwise noted type of thing. You can't have a reciprocity agreement with a testing company that undermines the number of hours that are required in the state of Nevada to sit for testing.
In fact, you can, but whether you want to or not is something different, but you can, in fact. And many states do have differing requirements. New York being one of the lowest, 1,000 hours. That when someone graduates from the cosmetology school in New York, passes that licensing exam and gets licensed, they are free to apply to other states for reciprocity, which they typically do get a grant without additional schooling. And that's a nationwide issue that's going on now. But I'm just saying, it's not, you're not stating it correctly where we can't do that. We can allow students, licensees to come in with less hours. It's whether or not that's the direction of the board.
And we've been doing that.
No, not necessarily. I know someone who moved from the state of California and had to attend beauty school for an additional 200 hours because she had the 1,600, not the 1,800.
Thank you.
So
thank you. And we talked about this.
It actually occurred. So.
Nope. Okay, here's what the law says, just so I can draw your attention to it. NRS 644.310 talks about people who are licensed in another state. So if your friend or the person you knew had taken classes at there and wasn't licensed in California.
No, was licensed in California and moved to the state of Nevada and was required to attend beauty school for an additional 200 hours to make 1,800 hours because that was the requirement in the state of Nevada.
That's very odd.
Well, that's what she did, though.
What the law says is the law says, if we look at NRS 644.310, it says, except as otherwise provided in NRS 644.209, upon application to the board, accompanied by a fee of $200, a person currently licensed in any branch of cosmetology under the laws of another state or territory, may, without examination, unless the board sees fit to require an examination, be granted a license to practice the occupation in which the applicant was previously licensed upon proof satisfactory to the board that the person has done all of these things, not less than 18, good moral character, citizen of the U.S., or lawfully entitled to work here, and then has successfully completed a nationally recognized written examination. And then they have to be currently licensed in another state. So the only thing you can do when somebody's coming here from another state is make them take your exam if you want. That's what this says.
The Nevada
so unless
law.
the Nevada exam. So it says unless the board sees fit to require an examination. So the way it works is if I'm licensed in Florida, I can come here and apply their licensure, and under this provision, you have to give me a license as long as I meet, I'm 18, I'm all these other good things, and I'm currently licensed in Florida, so I can't be expired or inactive. You can require me to take an exam. Now, Mr. Givino and I had talked about this in the past, and I think what we had discussed was in situations where the hours are drastically different, because I think Florida is a state where it is very low. I want to say for some professions, maybe 800 hours. It's quite a bit different than yours.
Mr. Landry gave the example of New York being 1,000 hours.
Okay, so yes, New York. So we had talked about the fact that what maybe should happen is the board should have a policy that if people coming from, if it's so much different, they would have to always take the exam, because it says unless the board sees fit. That's the only thing you can do is require the exam. You don't have the authority under this NRS to require additional hours. Now, it may be that a person says, I don't want to take an exam. I will take 200 hours more of education to avoid an exam. And in that case, I don't think, I think that would work. But the way it works is that you can require the exam and that's it.
Even with the 200 hours, they would still have to take the exam.
Absolutely.
So
Well, you don't have any authority to require additional hours under this if they're currently licensed in another
if they
state.
go to school to finish up the hours, then they're enrolled in school and then they take the exam. You have to take the two exams. You have to take the theory and you also have to take the law in the state of Nevada.
Okay, so it sounds like then you've required in every instance when someone's licensed elsewhere and they come here, they must take the exam.
Unless they've taken it before.
One
Yes.
moment for Ms. Essiger.
Just before I burst here. It's only been in recent years, if I'm not correct, Gloria, that NIC, which is a national test, has been in all these states. California did not have it.
Exactly.
Very, very long time. And NIC has put a lot of money out there, getting into all these states and making them, themselves, the only national testing company. So at that time, we had NIC people on the board. So those laws were put in there with the national testing. But California has only been recently, that's why we were turning down people from California and Florida and trying to think.
A lot of
And there's still states that don't have national testing.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you have to take a nationally recognized written exam in the state or territory where they're licensed.
Right, but what I'm saying is, at that time that was written, it was to make people take the NIC and to encourage that corporation.
Let me take Ms. Blasco.
You should also keep in mind that reciprocity isn't just about students. It's about people moving into the state that possibly have 15, 20, 25 years of experience.
Absolutely.
Right.
No.
Thank you, Ms. Blasco. At this time, we've segued from the petitioners. We've been pointed out the law, and so it gives us a little bit more background to your petition. So if you'd like to go ahead and present your position.
I would. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
As default stated, I am commenting about our surrounding states. Utah, for example, they enacted the legislation, they went through the process, and they just enacted from 2,000 to 1,600. That's a 400-hour reduction because they do not have the NIC, they have the
PCI.
Yes,
Yes,
the test, so they don't have the national test. That's one of the reasons. And then also, I know for a fact that that Oregon has been petitioning to reduce their hours, and also Idaho has also. So there is legislation processes going through. They're not in their final stages. So,
And then you're aware also that, Ms. Christensen, that Mr. Nixdorf is conducting the law review meeting at the end of today.
yes, I will be here.
And so that would be an important discussion point to bring up, because it is the law, and we're not able to deviate from the law,
And I
not
understand.
today or not at any time.
Doesn't that affect your money though, is how much money you're going to be receiving?
It does.
Especially with your title, is it Title IV?
Title IV.
Yes, because if you have less hours, you're going to be making less money.
That is correct.
So, well, how does that work?
Well, to me, it's because Title IV is based on the hour program that you are in. So the amount that they would be allowed to borrow would be reduced by the 200 hours.
Okay.
So it's all very, very, through Title IV, it's very, very structured on how funding is available to you. But that's a funding issue. What I'm worried about is the drop rate, because we have had 70 students from the surrounding states enroll in our school, 11 of which have withdrawn at 1,600 hours. Out of the 11, most of them have paid their balance, because we are, as a school, we are allowed to withhold hours for non-payment, which is stated in the law. So we do not release their hours to the additional school, or to wherever it is they want, or to the board that they want to go to. But, for instance, I have a student right now who wants their hours released to go to New York, because it's only 1,000 hours there. But she has a balance due, so I will not release her hours. So, until those monies are paid, of course I'm not going to release those hours. But for all other students, I do release their hours. The majority are for California, if their balance is paid. But then I also have 2 students who withdrew at 1,600 hours who have now defaulted on their Title IV loans because they have moved like 4 times, and their servicer do not have their addresses and everything. And those 2 drops from the surrounding area, those that are in default, that affects our cohort default rate.
Right.
Which does affect,
Your ability.
our ability. So this is why I'm asking for the reduction. This is just my first process. We will be asking legislation, but that's just the first process.
So, Mr. Landry, this is obviously a comprehensive problem that involves a little bit more research than I think we're even going to be able to get. I mean, and I'm a layman on the Title IV funding, but I hear what she's saying about how it affects, how this drop rate and the ratio according to students who pay and don't pay affects their ability to even receive Title IV funding, if I'm correct.
Correct.
Isn't
Yes.
that? No, not quite. So we'll have some general public comment also with this, but it is an issue. I hear what she's saying on the other end about the drop rates. I'm not quite sure that makes a difference in our ability to make a decision today. But Mr. Nixdorf, you had your hand raised earlier?
Yeah, I just would really like you to be present this afternoon.
I will.
Because I'm in total agreement with you as far as this is concerned. I don't care about your Title IV funding personally, okay? I don't think there's nothing in 644 that does that. But I think it's better for us as an industry and all that type of stuff. So I definitely would like to add that to the list of things that we get changed.
Ms. Booth?
One of the things I'd like when you come back this afternoon is if you could tell me what your percentage of drop rate for the 1,600 hours and what your percentage of just your normal drop rate. I'm sure you have that for the year. So if you could come back with that, that would be appreciated.
Okay, one moment. Are there any, I guess this is a great opportunity. Are there any comments from the public in support or in opposition to the petitioner's petition?
I'm not in support of the 1,600 hours.
But if I could have your name and
I'm
correct
sorry.
spelling.
I'm Rodney Moore with Carson City Beauty Academy, Moore. And with all respects due to Amy, as far as the drop rates, if we are able to locate people that sign up for 1,600 hours for our program, which is 1,800 hours, and they move to California, if we are able to find them, we are able to count them as a completion, not as a dropout. And as far as the Title IV funding, if the Department of Education considers cosmetology a 2-year program, and if we drop the hours to 1,600 hours, it's not going to be considered a 2-year program, which is going to entitle students who sign up for school to have to request a student living expense, which means that they're going to have to pull out more money to pay for their tuition, as well as to have to live off of as well, which means that the cohort default rate, regardless if it was a 1,600 hour, 1,800 hour, or a 400 hour program, if they choose not to pay their money back to the government, the cohort default rate is still going to increase.
Mr. Moore, thank you very much. And so, Mr. Landry, I certainly am going to need more information, particularly as it pertains to the way that the Title IV is analyzed with the schools. And that might be, prior to your arrival as executive director, Mr. Jimno had the coffee clutch meetings with the schools.
No, he canceled all those.
Oh, but I'm not quite sure if that's something that needs to be re-implemented.
I've started an effort to reach out to the school owners, and I'm going to be meeting with them individually, and then we are going to have both northern schools and southern schools that I'll meet with them on a regular basis, so that they're kept informed about not only what we're doing as a board and staff, but also to get comments from them to be able to bring that as part of our outreach to all licensees, salon owners, licensees, and schools, to be able to bring that information into the board, as well as having them appear.
Thank you. Are there any comments, additional comments from the public in support or in opposition to the petitioner's petition? Is there any final Oh, there was?
Me.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see
Sandy Escover, Escover. Mine is pretty much on the same as Rodney, since I'm the owner of the school. I've been in business for 24 years. I have been trying, working with student loans and Pell Grants for all of that time frame. When a new school is going into it now, this is what I'm seeing. Somebody that is just established with their Title IV funds are trying to cut it right now, and it's going to take the rest of us down the tubes with them when they go. This is talking about Las Vegas, the state of Nevada. They all go down, and everybody loses. 1,800 hours, if you look at the textbooks and the new texts that come into your students, you have to be able to teach them that in order to pass your state boards. The books are quite complicated, and our teachers need the time in order to get it through to them. It's not always just a matter of the money, but it is a lot of default rates. Yes, we hire people to go after the students, go after them, find out where they are, get them on deferments. You have many, many alternatives that you can do for your students to keep your default rate down. So I am in favor of the more education, whether it's 200 hours or 1,000 hours. It needs to be where it is. We haven't had this. There's always somebody that wants to bring and make big changes to something that has always stood well as it has been. Our students are graduating. We have the same problem. I live ours is in Carson City. They come in off the lake, the California side, and they go back over to California. They want to do the same thing, but we have finally gotten it pretty well under control, where they know when they come to school they must complete 1,800 hours. So
how do you have time to teach any less? I mean, there's a lot to learn.
There's a lot to learn in those books, and as you all know, we not raise the hours for aesthetics course and the nail course because of the fact that the educational purposes for those, you needed more time to teach them, so we have 900 hours now for aesthetics instead of 600. We have 600 hours for manicuring now instead of 500. We also have, I do anyway, I have a massage school with my cosmetology school, and a regular massage school is only 500 hours. And I opted to go 900 hours. When I saw the book and the detail of the work that the students must finish in order to get their licenses as a masseuse, it entailed 900 hours, and I did receive it from both the state board, and I got it from NACAS, and I got it from Department of Education. So apparently some people think we need some education for what the money that they're spending.
Any other additional comments by the public? Excuse me. All right. Ms. Christensen, do you have any final comments?
Not at this time. I will speak in the next session.
Excellent, thank you. Does any board member wish to propose a motion to accept or reject the Paul Mitchell School petition?
I move to reject the Paul Mitchell petition.
Is there a second?
A second.
There's been a motion to reject the Paul Mitchell School petition to decrease the number of hours from 1,800 to 1,600, made by Ms. Booth and seconded by Ms. Zesiger. Is there any discussion by the board or any questions or comments regarding that motion to reject?
Can I clarify something?
Thank you.
Okay, so the law currently requires 1,800. So my understanding, and I just want to clarify what's meant by rejecting the petition. Does that mean the board does not want to go forward with reducing the number of hours? Or does that mean the board's just not going to make the change today?
Ms. Booth, you made the motion.
We're not going to make the change today.
Okay, and you couldn't anyway?
We
Okay.
couldn't anyways, and we'll be working on it in law review, and I think there's probably a lot more meetings that need to go on about this before anything's done.
So I just want to clarify so that your intention isn't to say we're never going to look at this again. Your intention is just to say we can't do it today.
Ms. Booth, you made that motion. Would you like to amend that?
I would like to amend my motion to reject it today, the petition of hours, and to move forward with discussion in Perry's group, and also in discussion with the Las Vegas school, so that everybody can be involved and everybody can get their feedback.
In that law review.
In that law review.
Ms. Zesiger?
I'll second that.
You understood the amendment
Yes.
to the motion?
I did.
Are there any questions regarding the clarification of Ms. Booth's motion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. We'll look forward to seeing you in that law review subcommittee meeting. Thank you. Is there a break that's needed at this time, or can we proceed? Okay, so we'll break for 5 minutes, and we will resume this meeting. Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is back in session, and the time is 11:15. We have a second petition, or another petition by Milan Institute of Cosmetology, represented by Stephen Raffio. Is Mr. Raffio present? You heard the discussion regarding the prior petitioner, Paul Mitchell Schools of Reno. Are you making similar testimony to the prior petitioner?
Well, if I may, I'd like to add something to it. Even
That
though I
sounds
know
fine.
the,
So
ruling.
at this time, Mr. Raffio, if you would have a seat, and please spell your name for our certified court reporter.
Stephen Raffio, R-A, double F like Frank, I-O. Mr. Riley, welcome.
Is there any comment from the staff regarding this petition prior to hearing the petition?
Yes, staff recommends denial of this request since it's in a violation of NRS 644-205 subsection A, similar to the previous petition.
Thank you. Would the petitioner, Mr. Raffio, would you like to just proceed with presenting your information?
I would.
Thank you.
We have heard, prior to me coming here, facts regarding cohort rates and default rates, and financial aid, and all that. And all those are very valid and very true. What I just wanted to bring out is, when I first came to Milan, my first time in the industry 4 years ago, my second career, I was new to the industry, and I felt the number one objective for me as a school director in Reno is to educate our students in all the principles and the practical applications of the industry. And that is true. I still believe that. However, experience has also told me that another factor that is very important, especially with our market, is motivation. and having those students stay motivated throughout the program, stay energized, stay productive. We, as an industry, take great pains to attract students. It is not where they just walk in off the street and say, "We really like to come." Some do, granted, some do, but it is not the same student as perhaps attends a four-year university. Motivation is key. I have found that we do a variety of measures. Students have outside speakers, have specialty classes, have salon competition on the floor. It's a constant, it's in our DNA. It's in our fabric. We do it all the time. We have to do it all the time. If we don't, they don't show up for school. My school, Milan, has 18 schools, not all cosmetology, some might help. I have the highest completion rate of all our cosmetology schools in Milan. Even that, I think, is horrible. I think it's horrible. Getting these students to complete the program is one of the key, and then getting tested and passing the test, and then getting placed. These are the core elements of what we have to do. I believe that the reason I would like, all those other things I mentioned earlier, or that other people mentioned are, as I said, factual and important. But I believe that it's very difficult to motivate these students throughout an 1,800-hour program. I meet every single student during orientation. I meet them all. And I tell them, you're going to have some humps where it's going to be the dog days of summer, when you're going to feel like, I just can't finish this program. Why am I even here? Why did I do this? I have to come 3 days a week. Oh my gosh. And I say, when you feel those things, then take a look in the mirror and remind yourself your mission. Remind yourself why you came here in the first place. But I know, I see them at 1,400 hours, 1,500 hours, and I'm generalizing, not every student, obviously. But I see a lot of them, we find that their attendance drops overall, not every student again. We find that they want to take a leave. I asked everyone, they all get a leave of absence allowed one time. Why do you want to take a leave? Well, I'm just burned out. I just want to, I just want a break. And I try to talk them out of it and say, you're almost finished. You're getting close. Let's finish the program. Let's get it behind you. It's something nobody will ever take away from you. I spent half my life speeching at my school. However, I truly believe that a shorter program will benefit them if you can still provide the effective education, not at the expense of throwing something out that they actually absolutely need. And in accordance with that, I asked my education department, because if I was on your side of the desk, I would say, well, what do you want to eliminate to make it 1,600? So I have this, if anyone wants to look it over, of some hours that I think we could effectively shave.
I'd like to see that.
Thank you. Thank you. And still provide the education. That's the key. Obviously.
With all due respect, in relationship to your argument, I would just find that unmotivated student is going to be approaching you at the 1,100-hour mark instead of the 1,400 or 1,500-hour mark. I mean, realistically, we all go through periods where we're not as motivated as we could be, and if the hours are shortened, then really just that unmotivated time is going to happen earlier.
Yes, I see what you're saying on that. I do. I think that, here's how I see it, if I may. I think when they come to school the first day, they're super excited, right? They're super energized. They see it as, this is my future, this is it. When they start having to take anatomy classes and start having to take theory every day, some of that excitement drops a little bit because they're not necessarily, many of them are not academically orientated. They're more artistic and with hands-on. But the theory part, they struggle with some of them. I do agree, if you're unmotivated, you're going to be unmotivated probably a little bit sooner. But I believe that there's a hump. I believe there's a period of time that I can keep them charged. And then after that, they have to charge themselves. It's like, I'm going to give them a boost, and then they got to run their own power. And I believe, you cannot make a blanket statement in this thing, right? I can't say every student at 1,600 hours is now burned out. They're not. But I think shorter programs are more impactful because if I can give them a quality education in a shorter program, I'm going to have their attention for 90 or 80% of the time instead of at the end for like 50 or 60. Right? I mean,
Thank you. Are there any comments from the public in support or in opposition to the Milan School of Cosmetology's petition? Mr. Moore?
Yes, my name is Rodney Moore, Moore. I'm also a licensed cosmetologist as well as a cosmetologist instructor. And with all due respect to Mr. Steve again, motivation is totally up to the instructor. If you hire great motivation speakers, if you hire great people that are motivated about the field of cosmetology, and you place them on your clinic floor, you place them in your theory classroom, whether it's 1 hour or if it's 1,850 hours, if you're the motivator, your school is gonna stay motivated all the time. And reducing the hours to 1,600 hours, Steve said it himself, Amy said it herself, the most important thing is not the money, it's the education. If you pushing people away from the table before they're done eating their food, they're gonna leave hungry. And with the schools that we have, with the schools here in Nevada, after people leave with 1,800 hours, they still don't have enough education. Why do we require our instructors to go out and get more CEUs so that we can stay informed on the things that are changing in the field of cosmetology so that we can better improve the field of cosmetology? Pushing them out at 1,600 hours, sending them to Perry, he's gonna critique them to death. He's not gonna hire them because they don't know anything. So 1,800 hours is sufficient. It's not broke. Why are we trying to fix something that's not broke?
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any other comments from the public in support or in opposition to the current petition on the table? Are there any comments or discussions or questions from board members? Mr. Nixdorf?
How do you think 1,600 hours is going to affect the testing rates?
well, we use something, we have a boot camp, we call boot camp, where graduates come after they finish and they're allowed on their own, and it's purely voluntary, to come and to take a refresher course with a phase 3 instructor that's very, very good at what she does. We have a very good, very strong testing rate already, passing rate, in the high 90s, like 98, I think. So I don't think it's going to have a dramatic effect. I have great instructors. I'm proud of my instructors. I think I have very impactful instructors as a team. I don't think it's going to, I really don't. If I was worried about it, I wouldn't even be here, because I'm really not. I think it's still good. It's what you make of that time you have with those kids, right? If I have 200 hours less, I'm still going to make it just as impactful and just as important as I did if I had 1,800 hours. They're going to get their education, but there's a few items, as you saw on my handout, that I feel we could trim.
I did notice that you're trimming skincare on your handout, so probably not my recommendation. Mr. Landry will receive the end copy of your hour reduction proposal, if that's okay. And so, Mr. Landry, you should expect that before the end of today's meeting. Does any board member wish to propose a motion to accept or reject?
I propose a motion to reject Mr. Raffio's request for reducing of hours.
And with the motion and the second on the table, Ms. Bradley had made comments to Ms. Booth regarding the intention of that rejection to move this discussion to the Law Review Subcommittee. Is that
Absolutely.
Also the intention of your motion?
That is the intention of my motion.
And was that intention included in the second?
Yes.
So that motion was made with the intention that although we can't decide on the petition today, there is an inclination to hear the petition in a modest respect, not as a petition, but as an opinion in the Law Review Subcommittee meeting, which follows subsequent to this meeting. There's been a motion made by Mr. Hoffman and a second made by Ms. Long. Is there any other discussion, questions, or comments by the board prior to making a vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? And that motion carries. Mr. Landry, let the official record show that the motion was rejected from the petition made by the Milan School of Cosmetology. It was seconded and approved by the board and recommended that they proceed with the law review subcommittee, bringing their opinions and their concerns to that meeting instead. Mr. Raffio, thank you.
Thank you. And that's at 1 o'clock in this room?
It's
1:30.
It's following this meeting.
Yeah,
1:30.
1:30 is scheduled for, and we hope to be done here this evening.
I'll have to scoot out of it. Thank you very much.
We'll look forward to seeing you, though.
Thank you.
And you may want to express, Mr. Raffio, if you're unable to attend that meeting, I would encourage you to express your opinions to Ms. Christensen, who confirmed that she would be present, and she seems to be an ally with your recommendation to reduce those hours. So I hope that
I think I can be back.
I hope you'll get together.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have another petition, Tedra K. Bronx. Is it Ms. or Mr. Bronx?
It's Miss.
Ms.
At this time, agenda item 13 will be moved right after number 9 to position 21.75, I guess. I would like to have them have that opportunity to be present, to express their petition. Are there any comments from the public in support or in opposition to the petition?
I have a comment here on the very last page. It says, I see that this meeting.
Okay. So at this time, that will, if you'll hang on to your copies, we'll hear those prior to public comment. And that completes our petitions at this time. We'll move into some staff reports with item number 14, a review of the treasurer's report. You have compiled financial statements from December, January, and February. Am I combining two? No. No. Number 14. Thank you. Are there any questions of the board or comments from the staff initially? No?
No.
Mr. Landry? Any comments from the general public in support or in opposition to the treasurer's report? Have you had the opportunity to review those compiled financial statements? Would you like to receive my copy at this time to review?
Where else can I view that?
You may have these.
In the
and
office.
You may hang on to them and keep them.
In the office.
And in the office.
Aren't they posted on the website?
No. Anyone can come into the Reno or Las Vegas office and view, look at the minutes in our office or any of the material that has been in the public meeting.
Thank you.
Okay?
Can I ask why they're not posted on the website?
We've already had that discussion.
We did?
Oh, yeah. I think it was a couple meetings ago, we went all through that.
Why aren't they posted? We can help me with
I
that.
think
It just wasn't necessary, in it, because they're available already.
Yeah, they're available for anybody who's interested in them at the offices.
We're not, my understanding is we're not allowed to post the minutes of the meeting.
No.
Because they're copyrighted through the court reporter system. So that's why the minutes are not posted.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, I think you post your meeting
We do a
summary.
meeting summary, and anybody can come in and sit down in our little office and look at the minutes.
but they
if
get the
want.
summary on the website?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
And
that's-
then the treasurer's report,
But the detailed report, they go to the office and look. Okay.
Yeah, they can do it from the office.
Yeah.
The
Wouldn't understand
summary's
it
not,
anyway.
that's what I
Been
was.
rounds with that, so.
I had a couple of questions, Ms. Blasco. I just wasn't quite sure why we're so over budget with the continued servicing of exams. It appears that we're like now in.
We are, but our income is also there too, because,
Okay.
I think that is really probably a couple of things. Our enrollments have gone up, so we're testing more, but then we've gone through that period where we were having a lot of failures because of the law test.
Okay.
Okay, so they had to retest.
So they're retesting.
So that's another fee for the,
Subsequent fee for retesting.
right, so that's another fee to them, and of course then we have to pay the testing company for that test
To
as well,
administer
so
the
it's
test.
twofold.
Right.
The revenue goes up, but so does the expense.
I also noticed, Ms. Blasco, that we paid the Attorney General's office substantially more. We're over budget by $12,000. Have we put the kibosh on other staff members contacting the Attorney General's office outside of Mr. Landry?
Yes, we have it, and I think most of that expense that you're seeing is in relation to the lawsuit.
And so with the interim executive director, we weren't incurring additional expenses?
We were relative to the lawsuit, but I don't think there's anything out of line from my review of the budget on request or responses from the Attorney General's office. But because of the deposition process is lengthy and expensive, no matter what, which venue you're in.
And, but as for people from the office contacting the Attorney General's office, it's limited to now just you?
That's correct, and we also have established a priority system so that we can help,
Streamline.
Ms. Bradley understand which items are of importance that we need. We need something from an inspection standpoint, where we need a ruling on law, versus something that we can get, later in the week, later in the month.
I also wanted to double check, we are substantially lower in our salaries than what we were expecting. Is that because we were out of an executive director for a period of time?
Yes.
And did the interim executive director receive compensatory level of a salary increase to have the responsibilities that were utilized during that interim period?
My understanding is no.
And is that subject to review?
It's subject to board direction.
Well, we did bump up an employee and gave an employee additional responsibilities. We gave somebody additional responsibilities without giving them more money?
Correct, for an interim timeframe, that's correct.
But not only in the Vegas office, also in the Reno office as well.
And so when is that going to be reviewed?
Well, I think, and it's fully up to the board, but I think the job description for the office manager is to fill in for the executive director when the executive director is absent, so.
But I mean, absent and retired.
Oh, I agree. I mean, it's up to you, but I'm just.
Has that individual approached you for a salary increase during the time that she was performing interim executive director responsibilities?
No.
Is that something you'd like to see proposed?
And me?
Yes, you.
Well, I believe that we asked additional responsibilities of someone. I think there's a compensatory level that needs to be.
I think that we can address this when we address the budget, because this is a budgetary thing, and the next upcoming budget is where it would be taken.
Well, I mean, I think you can have it maybe a very, very general, but I think if you're gonna actually do something like that, I think you would want to have it be on the agenda.
Right, so
and
for
vote
future
on
agenda items is where we would discuss.
I think that would be the appropriate place to say, whether or not you want to maybe give a bonus or something like that for that time period.
Well, is that our decision to make, or is that just an executive director administrative decision?
Well,
I mean, because the administrator handles compensation, he follows a compensation
Sure.
guideline.
Yeah.
So it would seem to me if the individual hasn't approached the executive director yet, then maybe she will. And at that time, I would like to have the executive director make that responsibility.
I
I
think
don't know when.
you could.
Talk about that at another future.
What you'd
We're
have
on
to
the
do.
budget right now, actually.
Well, what you'd have to do, I think, is, because this is extraordinary, I mean, I think the normal thing is, yes, normal compensation is handled by the executive director. But I mean, this is something sort of special
Right,
that we
this is
haven't
an
had
abnormal
before.
situation.
And so I guess my thought would be, it would be appropriate for the board to make that decision. So either the board says, Mr. Landry, you have the full authority to do what you think is appropriate under these parameters, or the board votes just directly on, this is what I think we're going to do, we're going to give a bonus of X amount, or however you want to handle that.
And part of what I would like to see is, rather than related to a specific instance, I'd like to have a general policy if this should happen where.
Right, where we encounter this again.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Well, and I think any subsequent discussion about that, we should also discuss the northern office as well, because there was a staff situation there, and also any discussion about compensation should include that as well. And like you said, a general policy for future reference for the executive director, whoever that be.
So just as a formal reminder, we're under budget in that category. And so it's not taking money from any other category to provide those employees who stepped up to the plate with additional compensation.
We should have hired 4 people that were in charge.
I'm just
So we'll
saying.
talk about that later.
Right, we're having a discussion
Yeah.
about something that we haven't
Yeah,
calendared and should be
Right.
calendared for.
I have no other questions on the treasurer's report. Is there any other discussion by the general public in support or in opposition to the treasurer's report? Is there any discussion by board members? Any questions, concerns? At this time, is any board member willing to propose a motion to accept or reject our treasurer's reports?
I propose a motion to accept the treasurer's reports for December 2012 and January and February 2013.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
That motion has been made by Mr. Hoffman and seconded by Ms. Booth. Is there any final discussion, questions, or comments regarding the motion to accept the treasurer's reports for December 2012 and January and February of 2013? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. Mr. Landry, let the official record show that that motion was accepted and those treasurer reports are accepted, and that was made and seconded and approved by the board. Complicated. Next item, number 15, a proposed 2013-2014 proposed budget. There was a finance overview. You had that depreciation and amortization schedule to help you understand how we receive dollars and how we defer dollars. Are there any questions regarding that budget?
I have a question on this graph. The line, the green balance line, is that projected based on the current budget or projected based on historical?
Based on the current budget that we have, that we're asking for today.
Thank you.
Ms. Blasco, at a prior meeting, there was a request to make it a zero balanced budget, if I'm not mistaken. Does the proposed budget meet that expectation?
Well, you have to understand the financials. It basically is a balanced budget cash flow wise because the loss is, we have depreciation, which is not a cash expense. It's money that we've already spent, but we have to write it off that way as an expense until it's gone.
If the president would allow me, I'd like to go through just a couple of points on things that I've.
Most definitely.
I think that'll clear up whether it's balanced or not balanced, and what we have. I've never been in a subscription accounting method. It's kind of what we are. You pay money up front, and then you use that subscription, which is what a licensee basically does. They pay money up front, and they get to use their license for 2 years. So it does encounter some specialized finance that I've discussed with Ms. Blasco, and I think I'd like to present what I think will clarify a little bit of what you see on the financials.
Okay.
When you talk about depreciation and amortization, the history of depreciation and amortization all goes back to the days of heavy machinery, farm equipment, manufacturing machinery. The theory behind that was you buy equipment, you're going to get a useful life out of it. At the end of it, you've got to replace it. So the accountants of the world, going through GAAP, the generally accepted principles of accounting that's regulated by the federal government, came up with criteria on how you depreciate things and how long, what's the useful life. So that's all built into the principles of accounting. The problem in today's world is they've tried to address technology, but there are some technologies that you don't quote replace. Things like hardware, servers, desktops, and all those are things you replace. Things like software. When you have an enterprise level software like our Versa system is, you don't typically replace that. you pay a maintenance fee, which is a cash flow expense, and you take and do enhancements to it, but the core piece you don't replace. So the depreciation, which is dollars that you've already spent, but you haven't to account for them now, those dollars aren't going to be used in the future to replace the software. That expense just goes away. So it's a little different when you're dealing with technology, and a large portion of our depreciation is based on the purchase of technology. So on the hardware side, yes, that's something we should, you have from, if you were if you were a private entity, where you're talking about profits and loss, you would be very concerned about, are you being profitable? Are you profitable from an accounting standpoint? As a public entity, most of your concern needs to, my opinion on that is most of your concern should be focused on cash flow. Are you able to sustain your operations with the cash flow you're receiving? And are you depleting or increasing cash flow? And will you have some cash flow draws in the future? In the case of the board and the Versa system, my understanding of that, having met with our data people who wrote that, and many other agencies throughout the United States that use it, most notably Florida, that does all of their licensing for every board through their same system. I don't think we'd be looking at replacing it. We'd certainly enhance it. So that depreciation expense, you have to, not that you throw it out, you need to be cognizant of it, but it is not cash that's being spent, it's cash you've already spent. So that's one area. The other is on the next page where I show dollar bills, the cash versus financial reporting. We get, say, $24 in from a licensee for their license. We account for it, not saying we have 24, from when you get the financial reporting that you're seeing, it doesn't show that we received $24. It shows we received $1, because this month we get to spend $1. Next month we get to spend $1, and the next month we get to spend $1. From an accounting standpoint, in actuality, you can spend all $24 today. You receive the cash, you can use it. But the way we account for it, the thing that Ms. Blasco does is she stretches out those dollars over a 24-month time frame, so that we're never showing that we get these huge spikes in income and huge drawdowns in expenses. Everything is leveled out from a financial reporting. And that, I'm just trying to break out what you see from a financial reporting and what we actually see from cash in the bank and the cash flow that we're managing. So that's very different than almost any business you're going to be in, unless you're in a magazine subscription, a licensing board, anything where you're receiving a subscription payment up front that you then amortize or you spread out over the course of the subscription. You're not going to see that. And like I said, in the private businesses I've been in, I'm not exposed to this, but I'm now up to speed on what that means and how that hits the financial statements. So that's something to consider. Mr. Nixdorf pointed out in the next slide, the cash flow. The green line that we see is the balance of cash. Has nothing to do with financial. I shouldn't say it's related to financial accounting, but it's not something that the financial accounting takes into account. It really doesn't matter what cash we have. It is how it's accounted for and how it's presented under GAAP processes. You will see on the bottom line, in the income line, those little bumps. We do have a carryover from when we changed over from the everyone renews on this date to everyone renews on their birthday. We do have a carryover of every other year. There's a bump on, I think is it salons?
Just establishments, yes.
So it's salons and establishments where there's a carryover, where there's a spike that occurs every other year. And that's something that you'll see, and you'll certainly see it in the balance of cash where those spikes occur. And that is, in the May-June timeframe, we're about to see one of those spikes. We're seeing, an increase in renewals, and the other is going to be that same time frame, 2 years hence. So it occurred in 2011. It's occurring in 2013. It'll occur in the middle of 2015. So you're going to see those kind of cash bumps.
So the establishment license is still renewed on the renewal date, 2 years from the prior date.
All of the older ones prior to when it changed over in 2009, they're still on the June 30th renewal.
The June 30th. Okay, thank you.
The other thing that I've gotten information from Ms. Bells is when you look at, because there's been some concern from right after my interview on, what about cash flow and what about the cash flow balance? And are we bleeding it down too fast or too slow? Are we building it up or are we depleting it? Just to let you know, from an assessment that was done by the person, Paul Townsend, who's the legislative auditor, he in 2013, went through in 2012 and looked at all the balances of all the boards in the state, not Board of Cosmetology, all boards. So that he looked, and it was part of the legislative audit, that they were seeing if boards had enough money, not enough money, or too much money. Is that, that's a concern of the legislature. If there's too much money sitting in a fund, or is there too much there, and should fees be reduced? It's part of their discussion. And to let you know, the Board of Cosmetology has the 4th highest balance of all boards in the state, just so you know where you rank in accordance, and that's in keeping with your operating expenses. So the ratio between the board's operating expenses and income versus the cash balance on hand is pretty much in line with most other boards. The boards that are enriched a bit, that are above that, would be the Board of Contractors. Contractors Board.
Shocker.
So, just so you know, in relation, they have an annual revenue income of $6.6 million. They spend about $6 million in expenditures, and they're sitting on about $8.5 million in cash. So that they're the largest by far. It falls way down after that. Nursing, about $2.7 million in revenue, about $2.5 million in expenditures, and these are cash flows. These are not financial. This doesn't take depreciation into account. And they're about $4.4 million. The medical examiners are next, and followed by the board. So medical examiners about $2 million, and we're at about $1.4 million by 2015, even by the time we go out to 2015. So just to put the board's fears to rest on, is it bleeding down too fast? Is it getting too big too fast? In both situations, my recommendation to the board is it's not. We're in keeping with what other boards are doing. There is a legislative, like I said, a legislative audit that looks at all this and making sure that we're not above or below. There are boards in negative balances, so that you're aware, and there are boards I'm amazed that they're able to operate because their balances are so close to the to the edge. So that's something that I looked at also. We did provide you with an estimated cash flow analysis so that you can see that, as we're going along from today all the way through 2015, as per my discussion with the board right after I was appointed, or right after I was selected, I'd like to do not only a 1 year, but I shift forward 6 months, so I try and get an 18-month look at it just to make sure that there's nothing out on the horizon that we see that's looking ominous. So if you look out from today out 2 years out to 2015, the very last ending is about 1.34 million that we're sitting on. That, I will tell you, is a conservative estimate. We'll always want to be conservative from a staff standpoint. We're going to project lower income than we think we're going to get, a little higher expenses than we think we're going to get, so that we're never in a panic. I don't want to be calling an emergency board meeting to discuss why we're running so close to the edge on that. I do feel that the cash reserves are adequate for today's world. Things can change. Things can go up or down. But if you look on the next page, and that's for the cosmetology school enrollments, as Debbie was saying, the reason why testing is out of budget, both from an income and an expense standpoint. More people are applying to take the test. We're getting more applicants applying. You had a flat line between 2007 and 2008 where you're about 2,300 students enrolled. Not all those students go to final application and ask and apply for a license, but you had about 2,300 enrollees. That's been on a steady path upward. We're approaching 2,800 enrollees for 2012, and I would expect, based on this growth rate, we're going to exceed 3,000 enrollment in the cosmetology schools within the state. So that's kind of your replenishment engine. Those are the new licensees coming in, because you will always have licensees that leave the state, go out of business, choose another profession, or have other licensees coming in through reciprocity. So it's that balance of where we are. I received a report from Debbie looking at 2003 to today, to 2012 actually, about 2,000 net increase in licensees. So you're in an industry that not only in the state of Nevada, but also nationwide is projected to grow between 10 and 15% per year. And I think some of the reasons are the reasons that you'll observe. If you're a licensee, you can be a small business owner, and you can work flexible hours. So those are the things that are encouraging people into the profession. And I think that's one of the reasons why the profession is growing.
But that's only about a 4% increase in the profession. If we've only had about 2,000 licensees, that's about 4 or 5%.
But there's people that have left though.
Right. Yeah. So I don't have any statistics that I can pull that say how many licensees left the state and for what reason. But I can just I can report on you the net. I'm trying to think of. I don't know if there's anything in Versa. I can take a look and see in Versa if we can find out the net number that left that haven't. But
We can run inactive,
Right.
a report of how many licensees are actually inactive.
So for the next board meeting, I could give you an update, and if you want that as a regular part of the board meeting, to let you know how the increases and decreases go and what's the ebb and flow for licensees within the state.
We had at one time received a number associated with the license, 16 some odd different licenses and registrations. And I think that'd be helpful as a supplement to that. I'd like to see that for sure. Mr. Landry, I also noticed on your budget, on the proposed budget for fiscal year 13-14, that we've zeroed out temp services. We don't expect to use that service under your administration. I also noticed that we seem to have shifted money. We took money from merchant accounts and money market accounts and moved that to a money fund. Is that what I'm trying to say?
No, it's the same as it's always been.
Well, I mean, it's a huge amount of money.
It is. And we don't get anything for it. That's the market. If you want it to be safe, that's the market.
Okay.
We don't take risk.
And that's part of the process of being liquid and being able to and being prudent as a public entity. We're not able to take advantage of, say, stocks and bonds that other private institutions
Something that's
would be
more
able
volatile.
to. Exactly. We can everything that we're in, we can always count on it being at that level plus interest gained. And for that, in today's market, when the cost of borrowing money approaches zero, the Fed's printing of money, keeping the interest rates near zero, is affecting us as it affects retirees. You'll probably find that from the people who are retired. Wish they could get back to the CDs that used to pay 6 and 7% versus the 0.5% that they're currently paying.
Ms. Blasco?
I was just going to add that it's also been in our policy to be sure that what we do have is federally insured. So those CDs are broken up in increments that are federally insured and make sure that they're in different banks, so to speak, so that we're always covered. There's no risk.
So it's all FDIC approved?
Yes.
Because of the limits on FDIC insurance, we have to break it up into multiple accounts, or we run the risk of a bank failing, and we would be left with only the capital that's insured by the FDIC.
And then I noticed that it's a significant reduction in the professional fees. So we don't expect the lobbyist monthly fee to increase?
No. And I think the professional fees that we have, because it's going to be we're done with the legislative session. There will be lobbying going on.
Right, that changes again in 2015 when they're back in session.
Correct. That would go back up as we approach next year's budget. We'll have more dollars for that because we will be in session. The other thing I'd like to point out is if you look at the very bottom line, which is actually the second to last page, you'll see increase and decreases highlighted in yellow in unrestricted net assets. The budget that you approved last year with depreciation, again, you can't look at the loss as a cash flow loss. It's the loss with depreciation was estimated to be $256,000 as a negative. It actually came in at negative $13,000, which means you're cash flow positive on the whole, because that negative is caused by depreciation. You'll also see that we're proposing was proposed as a $61,000 loss for this year versus the $256,000 that was proposed last year gets us more in line with where I think we need to be. And you'll see by shifting it out, looking another 6 months later, if you took 6 months over, we're actually only down $24,000. And all of that is not as a cash flow negative. That's going to be cash flow positive when it all ends up. If you, the report that for March actually was proposed to be a $30,000 loss. If you look back on projected, what we're actually turning in for March is a $30,000 positive in cash. So it's quite a
So
swing.
the positive is actually 60,000.
Correct.
Because it's
the differential
above and beyond.
Exactly.
Correct. Gotcha.
And I think that's what you're going to see overall. It's hard. We don't want to be aggressive on projecting new licensees, and we never. This staff has never been that way. And so the part of what we're going to do is keep a very conservative outlook, so that we're not, we don't run short of cash, and that we're not going to, not going to see drastic movements in cash. But I think what you're seeing is worst case than what we're presenting. And I think when we look back a year from now and show what the real numbers are, what we actually come out to, you'll see that we're going to be very conservative and good shepherds of the public's cash.
And the video conferencing equipment, that's to help us navigate our meetings and broadcast them to north or south.
Correct. And it's also we're going to have a lot more outreach on allowing people to come in through video, and that's one of the things that I'll discuss later in the.
No, I'm sorry. That was something that was proposed last year's budget. I mean, it's $30,000 just for Las Vegas, so you can imagine it's a big chunk for here. We have available to us for the video conferencing, we have several options, the legislative buildings in the north and the south, and it doesn't cost us anything. So why would we spend? I did not put that in this year's budget. Why would we spend that when we have those other areas available to us?
Our proposal is to use more PC-based cameras for local type meetings.
Yeah.
What we're going to do for the board, or what I'm proposing to do for the board, is, as Ms. Blasco was talking about, I've already spoken with Mrs. Bradley, and we're trying to work on. We couldn't get it done for this meeting, but for future meetings, that we're able to use Grant Sawyer, and also the legislative building in Carson City. We have other alternatives, UNLV, UNR, and we actually may move the meetings around a little bit to give the maximum exposure to the public, so that they can attend, no matter where the board's meeting, that they'll be able to attend the meetings through video conference. And that's part of where we're going to be heading down, or as my proposal is for the board to head down to having all meetings available in both areas through video conference.
Beautiful proposal, Ms. Blasco. Thank you very much. And Mr. Landry, I appreciate that overview. Any questions or concerns from the general public regarding the proposed budget for fiscal year 2013, 2014? Any members of the board have any discussion or questions or comments? Does any board member wish to propose a motion to accept or reject the fiscal year 2013-2014 budget?
I move to accept the 2013-2014 budget.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There was a motion made by Ms. Booth and seconded by Mr. Nixdorf to accept the budget for fiscal year 2013-2014. Any discussion, questions, or comments regarding that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? And that motion carries. So Mr. Landry, let the official record show that the motion was to accept that budget. It was seconded and approved by the board. At this time, we are moving into our executive director's report, and that will take some time on item number 16. So I suggest that we break for lunch and then just resume with these final issues, and then we'll proceed with trying to see if maybe one of our office members could contact the petitioners for items number 9 and 13, and we can include them in the afternoon discussion. So
I don't think it's necessary to contact them. I really don't. As far as, I mean, you can make a motion, for example, this one of allowing her to use her credit card in the mail. You can uphold our policy, and that's it. What I told her, she never called me back. I told her what our policy was. I said, however, you do have the right to petition the board and go before them.
And what is the policy?
That's the way it works.
Well, let's attend to it when it comes up.
She never called me back to say whether or not she was coming. I believe she lives out in Wellington or something.
So we'll give her that opportunity. The time right now is
12:03, so
12.
we'll be back at 1.
And so we'll be back at 1 o'clock. This meeting of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology has resumed at 1:04. That brings us to agenda item 16 for the Executive Director's report and review. The board will consider for possible action the review of the Executive Director's report. But are there any comments from staff on that report? Any staff commentary? Mr. Landry, would you like to present your report?
Sure. I'll do parts of it, and I'll turn it over to staff to present, present other parts of it, some of the things that they put together, which is most all of the report.
Thank you.
The licensing processing report is the first thing that we've presented, and that just shows you the number of active licensees. Like I said, we've gone from 2003 about 23,000 to approximately a little over 25,000 licensees. We give kind of the average yearly, the average monthly, the average weekly, and the average daily, so that you get an idea of what's going on in staff offices throughout the year, whether they're licensing cosmetologists or any of the other areas that we provide licensing on. By far, the largest ones are definitely the cosmetologists, the nail techs, the estheticians, and the salons. So those are the big numbers of licensees that we process. But that gives you a little idea of what we're doing on a daily basis. 53 licenses, pretty much every day, day in, day out, going to the office. One of the things that you'll also you can take a look at is on the Q1 counter mail, so that you get an idea. Again, it was an eye opener to me to know how many pieces of mail come across and what you have to process, and that because we deal with licensees and people renewing through the mail, every piece of mail is pretty important. Whether we don't misplace it, that we make sure that it's handled and processed in an efficient manner. So the number of people coming in over the counter versus mailing it in is pretty well split. If you look at January, February, we follow kind of the same trend. It follows about a 50-50 split on that. And although in March, I think you'll probably see some of where we get that spike in the salon renewals. You'll probably see a pretty big increase because of that, because we have more salons in the June timeframe renewing. What I'd like to do is kind of turn it over to each one of the staff members and let them talk about their areas and what they do. And one of the things that we talked about at the staff meeting is we're going to prepare for the board kind of an overview of operations, so that you get a kind of eyes that goes into what we do on a daily basis at a high level, and then you can see what appears to be a very simple thing. Because as an outsider, it's easy for me to look at it and saying, why does it take why do we go from here to here with so much time? Well, these 65 steps are required through NAC and NRS that we complete these. So that's part of kind of the process that we're going through now, is getting all the processes in a graphical form so it's easy to understand and see, so that not only for the board but for the public, for our licensees and the general public to understand just what we do, and then follow up with more detail. We'll do that in subsequent board meetings as we go forward. But for now, I'd like to turn it over to staff, and they can just kind of cover each of their areas and tell you a little bit about what's going on at the office.
This is the office manager report, and I did it for the first 3 months of the year. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I think you have it in your packets. we begin the process of going paperless on 1/3/13, and on January 17th, the board members' terms and applications to become a board members was added to our website, and all the forms that we use in the agency was updated and reviewed. On January 29th and on January 28th and 29th, the management team, which consists of myself, Ms. Blasco, Annie Curtis, Jeffrey Green, and Nadine Grego, we met with Ms. Bradley and our lobbyist, Jeanette Bell, to discuss SB 287. A decision was made at that time not to go forward with it because of the verbiage and the fact that we had not held the workshops with the public and shared the verbiage with them. On February 12th, I spoke to Ms. Bradley again, and she felt that it was necessary that we go forward with the bill because it may possibly help us with future items that we have, such as our lawsuit. On February 13th, the study guide for the Nevada law was added to our website. 19 letters was mailed out to the schools in reference to the study guide on the law test, explaining to them how to explain it to their students. March 2013, to keep in compliance with NIC and PSI rules, we purchased 15 lockers with keys for our testing room. This ensures the security of personal belongings of the applicant during testing. In addition, it minimizes the liability of the agency, staff, and raters. Ms. Robin Talcum, who is the new administrative assistant in the Reno office, a temporary worker for Manpower, was hired after 3 months of probation. 2 Skype accounts was created. Both the North and South have an account and the ability to Skype during staff meetings.
Thank you.
Matthew. An update on the inspection department. Currently in the state we have 2,214 salons. 781 are in the north. We do routine inspections. We're in the salons anywhere from 3 to 4 times a year. We're in our 3rd cycle in every salon in the state. We've conducted 112 first inspections. Those are newly opened salons. Last year we did 276. In the rural areas, we usually inspect twice a year. We're scheduled to do the rural areas in the south on the 15th and 16th of this month. We're scheduled to do part of the north on the 20th of this month. And we will, the date to complete the north is to be determined. We usually try to get the first inspection after the snow and the second inspection before the next snow. We've conducted last year unlicensed conferences, which was the board had mandated that we do for folks that were cited, for salon owners that were cited. We did 12 conferences last year, and currently we've done 9 this year. We also do a project, we call it Project Double Check. For any salons that we've cited for unlicensed activity, and any of those that we've had allegations of unlicensed activity, the inspection team do a double check, which means we have 1 person in the office, 2 inspectors in the field, and they ran the Project Double Check this weekend, and they ended up citing 8 citations were issued. 6 citations for unlicensed activity, 2 were second offenses, 1 was a 3rd offense. It was 2 unlicensed persons they were able to write up, and 2 salons were shut down. There were no licensees in these 2 salons, so they asked them to close the door. So it's an effective process that we've been doing. Last year we called it Project ICE, but this year we call it Project Double Check.
Ms. Curtis, sorry to interrupt, but do those go to Mr. Landry, those second and third offenses?
The third offense comes automatically to the board. The board had mandated that we bring the second offenses to you, to the board. But Mr. Jimno had given us the okay to use some discretion as to whether we'd bring it forward or not. But with these two, I was planning on talking to Mr. Landry to see if we could bring all three of those before you, because we've had the conferences with them.
We review on a regular basis, as far as my management style, we review on a regular basis, sitting down with all three of staff that you see here and talk about things that have gone on that week, things that we need to be aware of, and all of those type of things are coming out of it. We are going to be establishing pretty firm policies on all of the more serious offenses, like unlicensed activity being the most serious. The work that the inspection group has done has been very good, because they're very creative on trying not to be detected. For a long time, the licensees knew that we were doing inspections Monday through Friday, so we shifted one of the inspection personnel. He works Wednesday through Saturday, so he's out on the weekends when a lot of unlicensed activity was taking place. They knew word gets around pretty quickly that the inspector's going to come out Monday through Friday. So if you're going to have unlicensed activity, it's on the weekend. So we've stopped that. We've also had the same inspector does a shifted schedule on time, so that some of the nail salons that are open 24/7, in particular in the Las Vegas area, they're inspected at off hours, where it's not an 8 to 5 inspection. We go out and try and do that. So we're trying to keep ahead of the ones that the licensees or non-licensees who are practicing unsafe or unlicensed activities. And I think Annie and her staff do a really good job on trying to mix things up on that. It's very difficult to do that in the rural areas, just so you'll know. I mean, when we hit a particular salon where it gets around pretty quick, that we're out inspecting.
Right, logistically, it's hard to,
we just don't have the number of staff that we could just hit all at once. And time logistics, you have to be coordinating through cell phones. We're going in now, so but for the mass of citizens in the state, because the three big population areas, Las Vegas, Reno, and Carson City, we cover those pretty quickly, and we do them on a regular basis, so that no one's really tipped off as to who we're going to next.
And then, Ms. Blasco, do the civil citation fines go to the state? Is that fine income that goes to the state?
If we adjudicate the citation or a complaint, when we receive payment on those fines, yes, we send it to the state general fund.
goes to the general fund.
Only if they appeal it to the
Before
board
the board.
currently,
Yeah.
which is an issue from our office's perspective.
But the civil citations.
Any fine money or
Any.
citation money you do, that's how you handle it. If a person appeals it to the board, you give it to the general fund. If they don't appeal it, you keep the money. And that's not what we would recommend.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis.
I'm
sorry
not
to have
through.
interrupted.
I'm not through.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't know we could ask questions.
I interrupted.
Okay. Currently in the state, we have 4 apprenticeship programs. We have 1 in Tonopah, 1 in McGill, and 2 in Elko. As far as addressing complaints, last year we addressed 246 actual complaints. And thus far we've addressed, this is like in writing with a summary of the investigation. We've addressed 76, and that doesn't include the ones that you receive calls and you find out whether it's under our jurisdiction or not. So we get calls all the time with people complaining about issues, probably bad service or she didn't treat me well that day. But those are not under our law, so a lot of times it's a conversation. Sorry that it happened, but this is what we do. And so we get a lot of calls like that from the salon. And finally, we did last year 20 presentations on Nevada law and regulations in the schools. And thus far we've done 6 this year. That was predominantly in the South. We haven't been as effective in the North, but we're going to work on finding a way to be able to share the information with the potential licensees in the North about the laws and regulations. We'll just have to find a more effective way to do it. And thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Curtis, on the last page of the inspector's report, just the very first item, there's an individual named that said working outside the scope of license. Do you recall what that was?
It was a person that was doing skincare. There was a nail tech, I think. A nail tech
you're right. I
doing
remember.
skincare.
Yeah, I remember.
And then on the second to the last page, so just flip it one page, you had it, the second item, the licensee was also working outside the scope of their license. Was that a similar?
What is the name of that one?
Well, I don't know if we can mention a specific name.
Okay, what
It's just
what,
the second page. So there's only 3 pages, it's the middle page, and it's the second person.
okay. Okay. Working outside the scope. Okay, was it the same?
Well, they have an M
Could you,
license.
could you give them just the date? That way they can-
Was it
No, we see it on here.
Yeah. It also has an M license, so where is it also a nail technologist doing something with hair or skin? And just from
Okay, that was a manicurist working outside of scope doing skincare.
So both of them?
Mhm.
Is that considered waxing? Is that
Waxing or anything with skincare. Because that's not what their scope of license entails.
Thank you. I guess we still have another report? Is there still an additional report on the policy?
And then we can ask questions after that?
Unless you have questions of either of the 3.
I did.
Yeah.
I thought maybe just you were going to talk to them.
No, please, Ms. Booth, ask away. No, whenever
Okay,
you're ready.
My question is going to be of Sarah and Gloria here. When you decided to take this forward, I thought we had instructed, and correct me if I'm wrong, we had instructed Vince to write up something for legislation, but we didn't, it was to write it.
Well, it was written and it was submitted, but the governor didn't select it to go forward.
He didn't select anybody to go forward.
Right, and actually.
And it was written?
Actually, in November of 2012, in our staff meeting there, I think the board instructed Mr. Jimno to write up something in reference to this. He did submit that to the governor's office, and they decided not to go, the governor's office decided not to carry it forward. And then in our February board meeting, I think Ms. Bradley discussed it again with the entire board, and at that time there was no directions from the board to carry this forward, which is why the management team decided not to do it. Then later I think I was contacted by Ms. Jeanette Bells, who said that she had been contacted by a board member and that the board was interested in carrying it forward, and I think that's how it went forward. But at the time we discussed it, we knew that the verbiage was not correct, and that we had not held workshops on it and allowed the schools or the public to read the verbiage of the bill that was set forward.
And just to clarify, there's no requirement, anybody can propose legislation. And Mr. Jimno sent the first request, I think it's like beginning of June, end of May, that all agencies can submit their requests to the governor. And then he selects at some point the ones to go forward. And I think we got notice in the fall that it wasn't going to go forward. But there's no requirement. I just want to make sure everyone's clear. Workshops are required for regulations. But I think it's normally a good practice and probably had been done in the past where before the board proceeds on legislative changes, they talk with licensees and or schools and or owners about that kind of stuff before they do it. So it wasn't intended ever to be done secretly. There have been multiple discussions of this issue since at least 2011. In 2011, somebody came to the board and the board said to staff, please work on changing language. So there had been several discussions about it, but I don't think that it ever was as clearly as, this is the language we want to propose, what do you all think of it? That had never been done.
I'd like to say one more thing right here too. Also, when I talked with Ms. Alexander, she told me that it had not been completed, that Mr. Jimno had not finished writing it.
Well, I think what was written wasn't as perfect as we'd like.
Okay, from what we had in the office, it had not been completed because it was like a couple of days before the bill went forward that we received the writing from, the verbiage from Ms. Bradley here, and that was the first that the staff had seen it. So what we had to present to legislation was not, it had not been written properly. And certainly, as she say, anybody has a right to take anything before the legislature. But because of the Braden issue that we had in the past, Senator Atkins, who I believe is the head of Commerce and Boards or something,
Yes, he is.
he had suggested to us when that went forward and the schools complained that we get together and work with them. And so we were trying to stay in compliance with that. So that was one of the reasons, that was another reason that we didn't go forward with it, was because we know that we had not discussed the verbiage with the schools, and like I say, we had no knowledge of the verbiage until she sent it down to us a couple of days.
And my understanding, if I understand this correctly, I can take something forward all that I want.
Yes.
But as far as the board taking it forward, we don't have, the staff can take it forward? Is that what you're saying, Sarah?
I'm saying that in 2011, the board voted to tell staff to go ahead and work on this for 2013.
yes.
And so Vince, I mean, it was submitted in May of 2012. A bill draft request was submitted. And it's my understanding that was authorized by the board. And the language that we tried to add to 287 was that same language. I tweaked it just slightly, but essentially it was the language that Vince had drafted and submitted in that bill draft request. I don't think all of staff had seen that because he drafted it and he sent it on. We were able to find it because I didn't even have it either, I think. Somehow I got a copy of it when he was out on medical leave last summer because there was a question that came up in the lawsuit where we needed to send them a copy of that. And so somehow somebody got a copy, but it wasn't something that staff even really had.
No.
So I gave a copy to them. Okay, I guess you gave it to me.
Well, I had a call from, I don't know if it was LCB now or Budget, and they asked me something about it, and I said, well, it would be nice if I could see what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I hadn't seen it either.
She sent it to me, and that was the
asked.
first that we had our hands on it.
Yeah, so that's how we got a copy of it to share with the lawsuit people. And then I think maybe I used that same copy then to revise. I'm not sure. Because then I know there was an email from you about adding, there was the other piece of it, remember, because there were several things. Anyway, it was something that the board directed staff to do and voted on in 2011, but there was no final formal language at that time.
Okay, so I want to just clarify that it went to the governor's office, it was rejected there, and then you and Gloria took it forward? Who took it forward?
Dr. Hardy. The lobbyist.
The governor rejected it, how did it get to go forward?
A lobbyist, I'm sorry, any legislator can carry anything they want to. So if an assembly person or a senator wants to add something to their bill, they can.
So Dr. Hardy took it forward?
So Dr. Hardy had heard of it, I think, from Jeanette Bells, because I think she knew, because maybe Vince had talked with her. I don't know how Jeanette knew about it exactly. I know that there was talk about a board member contacting her, or contacting Dr. Hardy, or something like that. So there were some questions, and so then Gloria and I talked about it again on the phone, and then I said, well, if we can go forward with it, I think it might be a good idea, because I don't see this issue ending, because we have one lawsuit pending. I think there could be more. We've had multiple requests for, not necessarily makeup schools. The way this was written, the idea was some branch of cosmetology could be taught outside of a school, but not to get hours. But the board would be aware of where it was happening, what it was, that kind of a thing. And so the idea, because I know we've had a request for an advanced aesthetic school. I mean, there have been several requests. And so my concern with talking with Gloria was, I don't see this going away. I think we're going to get more complaints and or possibly more litigation over this. So we kind of talked about it, and we were kind of under the impression that Dr. Hardy was willing to go forward with it. So essentially what we did was we took the language that Vince had already prepared, tweaked it slightly because there were some edits that needed to be done, and then sent it to her by email so she could talk with him. It was President's Day, because I just know it was a holiday that she was meeting with him. And then that's how he added it into his bill. Apparently he was very willing to do that. And so that's what happened. I mean, it wasn't...
Actually, I think after Jeanette Bells contacted me and said, you know, that she had met with, she had some conversation with the board members, she felt that that if we did want to go forward with it, she would go to Dr. Hardy and ask him to take this bill for us.
Okay.
And that's exactly what she did. She
Okay.
went to him, and after you redid the verbiage,
Uh-huh.
she took that and gave it to Dr. Hardy, and he went forth and he, you know, presented the bill. However, that part of his bill, our portion of it was deleted.
Later, yeah.
Later, so it did not go forward.
Yeah, it's only going forward on the duplicate. I think the duplicate
That
license
was-
is in there
but
too,
that
right?
was- Yeah, but that was.
See, that was his bill.
That was his bill, that was not our bill. I mean, we were very thankful that they even inquired of us what we thought about it, because had we left copies in there, that would have caused some concern for the inspection staff. So we were very grateful that they, you know, listened to us and used the word duplicate instead of copy.
Yeah.
I'm sure I encouraged you to continue with the BDR as well. I mean, I'm not quite sure.
No, I didn't get it. I have all the emails. I didn't get any. We talked about it, and after it was going forward was when you and I talked about it, but it had already been submitted by then.
And the language that we submitted, I think, had to do with 3 different things. One was allowing the teaching not to accrue hours outside of a school. The other was the salicylic acid not to exceed 2%, which is something else the board had talked about at a previous meeting. As I recall it, there was a discussion, because it says, I think, in the NRS or NAC, using salicylic acid is prohibited. And then there was a comment by a couple of you that, we use some lotions that have that in there. And so the intent was, as I understand it, to clarify that we're not saying you can't use an over-the-counter lotion that has salicylic acid. We just don't want you using more than this 2%, I think. And then there was another piece of it, and I'm blanking on what that piece was, but there was a third piece. So all of those 3 things were submitted by Mr. Gimno to the governor's office. And so all we did was take those 3 things, you know, tweak them slightly, and send them to Ms. Bells to talk to Ms. Dr. Hardy about. And it was my understanding, I mean, I remember the first 2 very clearly being discussed and the board directing staff. I can't remember what the 3rd subject was, but I feel like there was another thing in there.
I think there was only 2.
It was only the 2.
Two.
I mean, the board certainly did have a lot of discussion about it in the meeting at the end of 2012. But I think at that time, Mr. Gimno advised the board that he would not have time, that was in May, I guess, he would not have time to write the verbiage for the bill and bring it back before the board for approval, that he would have to submit it prior to getting approval from the board, prior to the schools and the public seeing the verbiage.
See, I just thought, it was my understanding he was just going to write, but that's all right. I got my questions answered.
Okay.
And so are we working with your questions on this Senate amendment to Senate Bill 287? Is that what we're referring to?
Yeah, things got a little off topic.
Okay.
But
so where does it stand now?
What I'd like to do is, let's finish up with any questions of staff report. I've got 2 topics to discuss on the rest of my report. One is the hot water policy and what the board thinks about, you know, the definition of hot water, and not the policy, future policy consideration, and the other is giving you an update on Senate Bill 287 to let you know exactly where it stands and what, you know, what's in it, what's out there.
Are there any other questions of Ms. Alexander?
It was February 14, 2011.
Any concerns? Are there any public questions or comments in support or in opposition to what has been said so far regarding the bill draft requests? Okay, so absent any questions or concerns of the current discussion, Mr. Landry, would you like to finish?
Sure. 3 different things. One is we've given you a report on the pass fail for all of the testing that's going on, so that you know by apply northern Nevada, southern Nevada, you can see by, you know, by type of license that was applied for, what's going on as far as the passing and failing. And overall, you know, I'm not an educator by trade, but looking at the pass-fail rates, you know, it seems like the people that are taking the test are doing, you know, fairly well on that. I don't see a rash of failures or, you know, a large number in any one area that would cause me concern at this time.
Ms. Alexander?
Yes, adding to what Mr. Landry said, we have seen the number of people who were failing the law test before. It's getting better after the study guide was put out there. And also I wanted to add that due to the fact that we use staff now for testing, we have like 3 cosmetologists that work in the Las Vegas office, and we have 2 here in the Reno office. So they've been able to administer the test, and we not have to use raters as much as we did in the past.
And then I had asked once before if those failure rates, particularly in February of 2013 in the cosmetology written, I had asked once before if those were coming from the same school or if they were, and that was the response before, and is that still kind of the response now, is that it's across the board?
It's across the board.
It's not any
It's
one.
just not any one particular school.
Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Landry.
The next topic, one of the things that when I was first meeting with you after my selection, we discussed hot water, and I asked the question, what is hot water? How hot is hot? Is there a temperature gradation? It's nowhere in the statutes. I've done some research, and just as a quick summary, there are multiple different institutions that regulate the term hot water. The plumbing code is one, but that has nothing to do with health concerns. I think the most restrictive or the most considerate of avoiding being burned is by the American Burn Institute, and they actually have a 96 degrees to 102 degree range. Most of the other Department of Health and Human Services, 100 degrees is the maximum. The federal accessibility standards for Americans with disabilities, they rate as 105 degrees as maximum. So there is some precedent by other groups that have done research in it, what a feasible limit would be. This would be for future board action. We'll put it on the agenda if the board wants to continue investigating and discussing, developing the policy. My suggestion would be that we would set a maximum that would be a warning to because it's not an NRS, this is not something that I think there's an overwhelming, compelling argument to go out and have citations and all, but there is a minimum that I think we should establish that this is considered hot. If it's not, if you don't reach this temperature, you're not using hot water, and that becomes a sanitation problem. A maximum could be a warning to the salon owners and schools to let them know they're in peril of liability. Not the board is not, but they are, because they're exceeding the standards of that. We've actually done some tests using a digital thermometer. That we could have the inspectors go out and just hold it under running water. It gives you a pretty good instant read, and then they would know whether you're in range or not. So again, this is just a discussion topic, just to let you know some research that we're doing. This is not for action. This is not for consideration. Just if you want to see more of this, or if you're satisfied with having no temperature regulation, it's at the discretion of the board. Actually,
Mr. Landry, my only concern is on the kiosks that it's a sustained temperature of 96.
That's correct.
So it's not just water measuring below it, it's a sustained temperature.
Exactly. When you open the faucet and run it for a length of time, it will get up to 96 degrees is the minimum that I've found through the research that I've done. There's also cold water regulations, a lot less of those because it doesn't harm you. If you're saying you have to have a cold water supply, but typically from the Chicago Plumbing Code, and also Legionnaire's disease. That was one of the problems where it caused Legionnaire's disease and the water never got cold. Water to be considered cold must be below 85 degrees. And that's just from those two codes. So again, if the board wants to consider this for future action at another board meeting, staff would take direction to do that. If this is enough information and you don't want to move forward on it, we can do that too.
I really appreciate you setting a policy, because obviously the inspectors have to be able to do a proper inspection.
Actually, there's no, just to let you know, there's no policy that's been set. This is informational only, and we would look for the board to receive policy approval, say, perhaps at the next board meeting if you'd like me to.
Well, I don't know why you'd have to wait. It's noted on the agenda. It's noted very clearly, hot water policy, and it's noted under item 16 for possible action. So, I mean, it seems like if
The
there's
action
enough...
would be to direct them to do it, I think.
Well, I think you're reading it. I think it has been done. So unless there's some questions on the policy, you can vote on the policy today. So, I mean...
That's the way I read it. So.
Yeah.
But they haven't written a policy yet, have you?
He wrote the policy.
This is the policy.
Oh, that is the policy.
So
Okay.
if there's no discussion or questions or comments, Mr. Nixdorf?
Currently, what you do to determine whether there's hot water is you turn on the faucet, you reach your hand in there and you say, that's warm.
Currently, yes.
And has there ever been a problem? Is there a problem that we're dealing with at this moment in time? Is somebody being scalded? Is there a way that you can say, is somebody contesting? I mean, or not scalded? I mean, what is the problem we're trying to solve with
The
this?
kiosks. The kiosks have to maintain a temperature.
It says hot water, right? So the question to me is, what problem are we trying to solve that you currently...
Okay, we have not had a problem, but with this information, it looks like we need to be a little bit more proactive if we're going to be worried about taking care of killing germs and have the ability to.
But we're using chemicals for the most part to kill germs. I don't ever use hot water per se. It's not like I have a dishwasher that has to be 98 degrees that kills the germs there. We use chemicals to kill germs. We use hot water to wash hair with and wash our hands with. And I'm not washing my hands with 100-degree water, right? And I know when I stick my hands under the...
96 degrees water.
96, whatever it is, you see. So, I mean, truthfully, I don't see a problem that needs any resolution, because in a kiosk or in my salon, you stick your hand under there, it's warm or it's not warm. And
That's been our indicators so far.
right, and if there's no complaints and there's no issues that are arising from that, what's there to...
I have something else I wanted to bring up here too. It says thoroughly wash with soap and hot water. When you use hand sanitizers nowadays, would you limit it from having hand sanitizers there?
No,
And
this is strictly a definition of hot water. It does nothing about any of the procedures, processes, or anything else.
I'm concerned that me as a cosmetologist, I don't have that thermometer, and do I check my hot water? Now all of a sudden you're going to be checking my hot water temperature, and I'm going to be cited for something that I'm currently ignoring.
Actually, there's no citations to go along with this. This is purely for the public health and safety, also for the liability of the salon owners, that they know that we would be able to indicate what they are. And the only thing that I worry about, just so you know where this all came from, is if we exceed the scalding temperature, that becomes a health and safety issue for the board. That's the only thing. But there's no citations associated with it. It strictly is a compliance by a salon at their discretion. That's why this is only defining water temperatures.
I don't think there's any hurt in defining what hot water is. I don't think that it would hurt to have it on record somewhere in here that says the definition of the term hot water. Because down the line, it's implemented. We could use it. If we need it, it's there. If we don't, fabulous, but it's defined, and I think a definition is important.
So in that case, being that it's 644340 that says thoroughly wash with soap and hot water, that's NAC, right? So we would have to, in NAC, define what this is, right? This would have to become some kind of an NAC policy, correct?
Correct. And that's why as a policy, we don't have citations associated with that. If you choose to bring it into NAC where it's actually a guideline that's going through the process, that's when they would then at the board's discretion whether there's fines, warnings, whatever. That's the board's discretion.
I have one, just because I'm not, I'm coming back to soap and hot water on the instruments. I thought you had to use like some kind of side instrument.
Well, that's something we have to fix.
Yeah,
And it
because you
says
can't
that.
use soap and water on your instruments, can you?
Yeah, you initially, you soap and water.
Oh,
but then
okay.
you put them in
To
And then
remove
you-
debris.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
initially you remove debris first, then you wash, then you sand.
Okay. Oh,
Any
thank
other-
you for clarifying that.
Can I
Ms. Bradley?
ask a question? So the intention of this is, I think, guidance for inspection staff. It's not something that's actually going to be enforced against the licensees. If it's going to be enforced against the licensees, then it would become a regulation. So this is just really guidance for staff as they go out there. Because,
Everybody's interpretation of hot is different.
well, and there was a question that came up at the last board meeting, or there was a board meeting where there was, hot water at the kiosks, and then there was a question of, well, if it sits there, one of you said something like, well, if it sits there and it loses the heat, or something, like, what are we gonna do? Or, there was some comment about that, and so I think that's the intention here, is to say, it's only hot if it's in these parameters. If staff wants to follow up on it, we'll have to talk about it further, because it's not codified in any way, we can't really enforce it until it is.
Ms.
And there are problems in plumbing too, because I've had times at the hotel where I have cold water, I have no hot water. So you can't shampoo hair or do a pedicure or anything in cold water. So I have to cancel my appointments or whatever, or have them come back, or sit and wait for the water to heat up. So, and there are some people that want the money bad enough, if they were in they might just go ahead and do it anyway. So I think it's best to, as you said, protect the public by saying this is what this is what it is.
So without belaboring the issue, are there additional comments on the executive director's report? Or did you want to finish with the last
I
item?
could just give you a quick overview of Senate Bill 287. As was discussed previously, Senate Bill 287 originally was a duplicate license bill that was not brought forward by the board or staff. It was brought forward by Senator Dr. Hardy of his own initiative and volition. He added on the salicylic acid and the makeup school additions to that. That didn't go very well in the Senate Committee for Commerce, Labor, and Energy. And I'll have some in my later report on when we talk about Title IV funding. I'll discuss what some of those quotes are. I think everyone should. My suggestion to the board is, if you want to get a view of what that committee thinks, I would watch that particular segment when they were discussing Senate Bill 287. So as it stands now, Senate Bill 287 is the duplicate license bill, standalone with no other provisions.
And what is our position on that?
We, as Gloria had said, they asked us for input. We gave them input to change the word copy to duplicate, because copy, with our licensing, if you run it under a copy machine, it says void. It would become very difficult for our inspection team to be able to inspect with those. So they did concede to our wishes of putting duplicate. Staff and I have talked, and we don't see any issues with that. As a matter of fact, it will keep an issue from happening where we're having to cite someone because they haven't posted. They are a licensee, they're active, they're current, but because they're working in multiple salons, they haven't posted. Staff believes that issue will go away, and that it won't cause any other issue. This bill won't cause any other issues with licensing. We do have a broader issue that occurs because of advanced technologies that you can pretty much duplicate anything. So the ability to take away the voiding and make a license that looks exactly like what ours does, along with the impression stamp. There's technology that exists today that can be done, and they are doing it. And that's some of what the inspection staff finds when they see a license. Just because it looks like it's come from us doesn't mean it does. So we always check the numbers, make sure that the picture, the face, and the number all match with our records, and that's usually how we'll find someone using someone else's license or having created their own. So that will be an ongoing problem for our inspection staff, is to find these licenses that have been created by graphic artists, basically.
Ms. Bradley?
I just wanted to say that, so the board has taken no official position regarding this bill, but staff was asked to provide some information and/or feedback to Dr. Hardy. And as I understand it, the purpose here, like Mr. Landry was saying, is so that if you work in more than one salon, you could pay the $25 fee, submit the required paperwork, and get a duplicate license, so you could put one at this workstation and one at that workstation and avoid the problem we see sometimes. And then it still does not affect the ability that if we find someone, altering or doing something fraudulent, that's still disciplinary action worthy. This just allows people to legally get a copy to leave in a second location.
Ms. Curtis?
Yes. And on the topic of the duplicate license, if there's some way that we eventually, with Versa, be able to put the control number into the computer for our inspectors, that would also be another way of double checking a license that's on a station, because the control numbers are specific to the license, and a lot of times when there are false licenses or fraudulent licenses out there, they don't think about the control number or changing it. But if we have a block of control numbers that our inspectors can check, it'll be very few fraudulent licenses out there.
The reason that concerns me is because I've sat here and listened to these petitions for why I didn't have my license with me, and at that time, it seemed that the staff was opposed to having duplicate licenses issued because of the potential for fraud, because of many other issues that were brought up. To my knowledge, it was never a staff position that it was okay to issue a duplicate license. So it surprises me that now.
No. I was never in that position. You didn't talk to me.
Well, I mean, we had many of these discussions.
We've always had the ability to have duplicate licenses. The fraudulent part came into play with the Social Security numbers. We had a lot of fraudulent Social Security numbers, which came before this board. But it was never the duplicate license was a problem.
It wasn't allowed by law, though.
Right.
So
but
the only way
we weren't exactly in favor of
the only way, I don't know that we ever stated a position that the people would come before you and they would complain about it, and the only provision in the law up until possibly now was that you had your one license, and if you swore an oath that that one was destroyed or lost, you could get a replacement. And the idea, we didn't want, that was just what the law allowed for, and it seemed that many cosmetologists were fine with that, and they were capable and able to move them with them, and not have an issue. And this is something that Dr. Hardy wants to do, I guess, because of a friend or there's some background.
It was never our position that we wanted a duplicate license, but because Dr. Hardy had brought this bill forward, it was going to go forward whether we wanted it or not. So the only thing that helped was that he allowed us to change it from copy to duplicate. No, we never really wanted it, but we couldn't stop it either.
But did we make our feelings being that? Well, because that's what I thought. I was what you're telling me is that we didn't really want this.
We didn't really want it, but it was going to happen whether we wanted it or not. So,
but did you make that clear to Mr. Hardy?
Staff can't really do that, though. I mean, technically, the agency itself is neutral unless you guys are the ones that make the policy. So if you guys think it's a problem, then you guys are the ones that say that it's a problem. And vote to instruct staff to make that position known to the legislature. But otherwise, I mean, kind of the function is this. When the legislative process, staff are kind of technical experts. They know what goes on every day. They see it. So sometimes legislators might say, hey, Ms. Curtis, can you tell me about this and this, right? And that's her job, and she knows that. And it's wonderful when they ask for that information. And then, of course, if we see a bill, that's one of the reasons we have a lobbyist. They're supposed to have their eye open, looking for things that might affect the board, send that to the executive director. Executive director reviews it, and if there's a problem, that's when staff says, we think this is a problem, and then we go to the board and say, board, we have a problem with these bills, and then the board discusses it, determines what to do, maybe sends a representative from the board or staff or however they want to handle it. So that's the board opposing it, but really it's you all that make that decision. And maybe one of the things we might consider doing in the future is having more meetings during the legislative session so that you're more flexible for that. I'm aware of one board that has a meeting every Friday at 9 a.m., at least for the last month they've been doing this, just to talk about pending bills. It's a phone meeting, just to talk about pending bills so that the board can determine if they need to send a letter of support, they can do that. If they want to send a letter against it, they can do that as well. But it's a way for them to all communicate about this. Because this is the second meeting we've had during the session, and the session just started in February. And so there really wasn't a lot to talk about. And so maybe that's something we can work on going forward. But it's my understanding there's been no position taken because you guys haven't taken a position on this bill.
Well, in the future then, Mr. Landry, will you make a note to that 2015 board meeting calendar to have that consideration of the frequency of our meeting dates? And we'll consider that at another time. Ms. Booth?
We went over, we were going to do the hot water, and then we went on to this subject. Where are we at on the hot water?
Mr. Landry, where would you like us to be on the hot water policy?
I mean, we kind of talked about.
That's okay.
I'd like a motion to either accept or reject and move forward.
So is there any public comment in support or in opposition to the Board of Cosmetology developing a policy that defines the level of heat in water?
And I have one question.
Is there any, please?
Just one last question,
Please.
I promise. So if we do this policy here, are you going to be, the inspector's going to be testing water, or if you get a complaint? What is going to prompt you to check the hot water?
My understanding is we would have an implement to test the water
And
instead
you
of
would
a
test
figure.
it in every salon when you went in?
Certainly.
Okay.
It would seem that the emphasis of the testing is on portable water supplies.
No.
No, it's everything.
But it would seem to me that that's where you're going to find margins of error.
They have a hot water heater just
It's-
like a
it's-
salon does.
What they're going to be doing is defining 644.340 where it says thoroughly wash with soap and hot water. They're going to be able to define what that hot definition
Means.
is.
And it will be noted on the inspection reports, so that we can then report to the board, we've seen this.
And it'll be on every salon.
Is there any other question or comment then? Would a board member like to propose a motion?
I make a motion
Please.
that we go forward and allow staff to check for hot water with this definition.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
So the motion has been made to accept the policy for the hot water temperature. And that was made by Ms. Booth. It was seconded by Ms. Long. Is there any discussion or questions or comments regarding the policy or the motion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
One nay, Mr. Nixdorf. That motion carries. Mr. Landry, let the official record show that the motion was accepted and the executive director's policy was made and seconded and approved.
And there's nothing, I don't look for any motion, approval, disapproval on Senate Bill 287. That was purely informational, just to let you know, let the board know where that particular Senate bill stood.
Thank you.
Unless somebody wants to make a position that the board can officially hold on it, that's up to you.
Is there any general public comment regarding the Senate Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Energy, the Senate Bill 287 that was discussed, or would you like a copy? Would anybody in the public like a copy of that bill?
What's it regarding?
It's regarding the
Duplicate
duplication of licensing, so if somebody works in two places, they can actually have two
No,
licenses.
we're okay with that.
Would anybody else in the public? Ms. Benaldi,
Well, when it's our turn.
it's yours.
Okay, I think we should send a letter of support. I have no problem with having duplicate licenses. I think people are working in two different places. Certainly makes it easier for them.
Mr. Landry, are you comfortable writing a letter to Dr. Hardy expressing our appreciation and support?
I am, and as if the board makes a motion and approves it, yes.
And so is there any discussion regarding a letter of support? Would you like to?
I'd like to make a motion to send a letter of support to Dr. Hardy in support of Senate Bill 287.
Is there a
I'll
second? There has been a motion to send a letter of appreciation and thank you and support to Dr. Hardy regarding Senate Bill number 287 made by Jeanette Benaldi. It was seconded by Ms. Booth. Is there any discussion or questions or comments? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Mr. Nixdorf is a nay. That motion carries. Mr. Landry, please let the record show that the motion was accepted to send a letter or draft a letter to Dr. Hardy expressing our support. That was made and seconded and approved by the board. We're going to proceed with item number 17.
I have something, we're not complete with the executive director's report. I have a question.
Oh,
Mr.
please.
Landry?
Have I overlooked something?
No, you haven't. I'm bringing something separate up that's just part of that I'd like to follow up. May 21st was my first board meeting, and we had this big to-do with us against Dainty Nails, and there was a probationary period of 1 year established at that time on Dainty Nails. And I was wondering if you could give me an update on that specific salon, the inspections that occurred, and have they passed their probationary period, etc.
Before I do that, I will yield the floor to our Attorney General's office to make sure I'm able to do that.
Okay, well, one moment though. As a matter of clarification, we cannot name any salon that has not been on the agenda. If you're naming a name in this meeting, that name had to be included on the agenda. They would have to be present for you to be able to, we have to allow for their defensibility. So please refrain, members of the voting board, from identifying any licensee by name if they have not been printed on the agenda. With respect, Mr. Nixdorf, to your question, I'm just going to ask that we put that on hold and put that under comments by board members. It's item number 21.
Well, a comment is truly a comment. It's not a time for us to answer comments.
Well, I don't think we're prepared to answer that.
I can just tell you it's not on the agenda, so it's not something we really can do today. Because what you're talking about, they don't actually have to be present, but they have to be noticed that they might be discussed at a meeting.
Under the circumstances with this particular licensee, I would want them to be present or at least noticed.
I would just like to have an update on the inspections that we did, that we ordered to be done. I don't see any problem with us asking for.
We can give you that. That information is information you can obtain outside of a meeting. And so what we'll do is Mr. Landry and I will talk about this case a little bit more, and we will send you an update either by email or mail. It's something that's for your information only. It's not necessarily public information. It's regarding sort of legal issues possibly, and or anyway, you'll get an update, but it's going to be for your information only, and I'm going to ask that you not talk about it outside of a meeting at all with each other, because it could be a matter that you do see again in the future. Okay?
And so will that include all the questions that I had emailed?
I think so, yes.
Very good. And that will be sent to all of us?
Yes.
Very good. I'm okay with that.
And Mr. Nixdorf, I really appreciate you bringing up the concept of follow-up. Mr. Landry, we've talked about this extensively, and this is another example that Mr. Nixdorf is highlighting, where a year's time has passed and we were due to have a follow-up, and that should just be an automatic follow-up. Mr. Nixdorf should not have to request it. That information should be just provided to him and to the rest of the members of the board. So again, I appreciate you bringing that to our attention.
No problem.
Item number 17 is a discussion of the NIC 2015 conference proposal. Are there comments from the staff regarding that conference proposal?
Yes, what this is, just so everyone knows, I was sent actually an email from NIC asking if we had interest in hosting the state of Nevada, being considered for a host city for the 2015 National Convention. That's what this is. There's no money up front. There's no, I don't know if there's any money even involved. This is an interest-only letter. So if we have an interest, it's something that, that I'm looking for board approval to send back saying that we do have an interest. If we have no interest in being one of the host cities for the 2015 National Convention, I just need to know that direction also.
Having been to the recent conference, would anyone like to add anything?
I thought the conference that we attended, those who were in attendance, I thought it was extremely interesting, extremely informative, and there was a lot of interest about coming to Las Vegas. I don't want to name names of the people that I talked to just for their own confidentiality, but the conversations that I had, they would love to be able to come to Las Vegas and found that it was really, really exciting. So I think that it would be a fabulous idea.
Did we have to pay for the dinner though when we had it here once before?
We did that because we wanted to.
Oh, because we wanted to, but we don't have to. Okay.
There was a lot of excitement generated when I personally had conversations with those who.
And I think that this would fall into a budgetary item for next budget fiscal year.
And I'm not, again, this is informational only. They've never talked about any financial commitment, time commitment, anything. This is, if you want to be considered for the 2015, they want to know. There's a lot more detail, I think, that has to follow up. In addition, my recommendation to the board would be that we would work in concert with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, so that they would be the ones who would be providing the information and getting that. That's something out of the board, out of our staff's purview on what do you do for a convention.
And so from an administrative recommendation, what is your recommendation?
My recommendation, I think it's always an honor to be a host city. I think you bring an emphasis and kind of highlight the cosmetology profession when it is hosted here. There are many national events in the world of cosmetology that are already hosted in Las Vegas. This is just another one. This is the national testing group.
Are there any comments from the public in support or in opposition for the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology hosting a national conference within the state? Please.
I think it's a fabulous idea because we all, as a school, we would all want to go there.
Okay. And so Amy Christensen made that comment. Any other comments from the general public in support or opposition of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology planning to host or sending a letter of interest to host a conference in the state of Nevada? Any other board comments or discussion regarding this proposal?
I make a motion that we have Mr. Landry send a letter of interest back to NIC.
And is there a second? Thank you. So there has been a motion made by Ms. Booth to authorize Mr. Landry to submit a 2015 conference proposal to the NIC. It was seconded by Ms. Long. Any other discussion or questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? And that motion carries. Thank you. That moves us right along to number 18. Big discussion. Yes, so this is a big discussion. Why don't we take a 5-minute restroom break and then we'll just come right back. The time that we are breaking is... All right, Mr. Fingers. This meeting of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is resumed at 2:10. We were at agenda item number 18. It is a discussion regarding the state authorization requirements for the U.S. Department of Education relative to students who receive Title IV funding eligibility. This item may include a discussion or a vote by the board regarding pursuing amendments to NRS 644 and or taking a position on proposed legislation within SB 287 that is currently pending during this current legislative session in order to ensure that the U.S. Department of Education's requirements are continually met in the state of Nevada. Is there any public comment or, excuse me, is there any comment from staff regarding this item number?
Yes, I'd like to bring the board up to date on
Thank you.
Kind of a series of actions and activities that have gone on.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Deputy Attorney General Bradley, members of the public in attendance, and citizens of the state of Nevada. I'm going to give you an overview of the U.S. Department of Education's requirements for state authorization for private post-secondary schools, which directly affects Title IV funding for students within lower socioeconomic backgrounds and other needs as defined within the requirements of Title IV. In addition to the overview, I will describe the information I was exposed to, the actions I took, the justifications for the actions I took, and finally an update to where we are in this process. At the end of the presentation of information, I will be requesting the board to join in support of Senator Dr. Joe Hardy's mission to preserve Title IV funding for cosmetology students within the state of Nevada. Let's start at the beginning. My first exposure to the term state authorization And the beginning of this process was on Wednesday, April 17th. I'd been on the job for 8 days. I was meeting with Sandy Dunham and John Greco at their campus at the Academy of Hair Design to begin repair the relationships between the board and the cosmetology schools. Sandy asked me if I was aware of state authorization and indicated I'd never heard of the term or the issue. She indicated she was not certain of the details, but the cosmetology students in the state of Nevada stood to lose Title IV funding eligibility if something wasn't done. I was familiar with Title IV funding and what it can do to change a student's life, bringing them out of poverty and giving them a chance to escape.
I'm sorry, if you could just slow down a little
I
bit.
can
Do you have a copy of that? Okay.
I'll give you that. I'm just trying to be cognizant of the time because we do have another meeting after this. Bringing them out of poverty and giving them a chance to escape their current socioeconomic plight. I assured Sandy that I would check into what was involved as soon as I returned from my trip from the NIC conference over the weekend of April 20th through 21st. At the NIC regional meeting, Tony Fragomini gave a detailed breakfast presentation on state authorization, what was happening and how devastating it would be to students who would not be able to secure Title IV funding if the legislature did not act quickly. I attended this meeting with board members Zessiger, Hoffman, and Long. It was a story of Washington bureaucracy gone terribly wrong. It all started with Section 34 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 600.5, which defines state authorization for proprietary institutions of higher education. The rule was published on October 29, 2010. Over the next 3 years, higher education institutions and states have been asking for clarification of specifically what is needed to comply. For 2.5 years, the U.S. Department of Education and Sophie McCardle, the administrator in charge of this regulation, gave no firm requirements and basically said, we'll know it when we see it. Because of this confusion, the deadline for implementation of the rules was extended to July 1st, 2013. Although numerous requests have been made by a multitude of agencies, the date is firm and no assurances of any other extensions were given. Finally, over the last 4 months, 10 states have been deemed to comply with state authorization. All of the states that do not comply will have the opportunity to have their Title IV students lose their ability to receive Pell Grants and loans. The tragedy is these requirements are simple and straightforward. If only the Washington bureaucracy had been clear and upfront in their very beginning. There are only 3 requirements. Requirement 1, state legislature has to give authority to a group that licenses school. Our state legislature has done that for the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. Requirement 2, the state legislature has to give authority to a group that hears and processes complaints against schools. The Nevada State Board of Cosmetology has this authority. The third and final, which may seem trivial to you, the school license must contain the words post-secondary school or post-secondary institution, meaning it's printed on the license, those terms. If those terms are not, then you are not eligible for Title IV funding as a student to attend that school. I asked specifically if the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology could pass a resolution and instruct staff to print that term on school licenses, and was told that was not sufficient. The authorization needs to come from the legislature. I returned to Carson City and attended a meeting on Wednesday, April 24th with Jeanette Bells, the board lobbyist, prior to attending a previously scheduled meeting with Senator Dr. Joe Hardy. I described the situation with Ms. Bells, and she thought that Senator Hardy would be receptive to hearing the story, since its potential impact to Title IV students was not something Senator Hardy would sit idly by and watch while these students' lives were devastated. I relayed the story to Dr. Hardy, indicating this was not something that the board had heard or voted on, but I thought it was something important to the state of Nevada. Senator Hardy agreed and began working the situation as I and Ms. Bell sat in his office. The net of the situation is that an amendment to Senate Bill 220, he originally tried to put Senate Bill 287, but because of Nevada law requires that you have single-purpose bills, the bill must be focused on a purpose. This did not fit that purpose. Senate Bill 220 affects all boards and all legislative approvals for those boards. Is being drafted and will be heard on Wednesday, April 8th at 1:30 p.m. If this bill and amendment passed, then we can write to Sophie McCardle of the U.S. Department of Education in Washington, D.C. to indicate that we believe we're in compliance with the state authorization regulations. I've been questioned, and rightly so, about my involvement in this process. I want to explain to the board that what my line of thought was, the reasoning, and why the decision-making process I used, I feel was the right direction. Here are the items that guided my decision. I can tell you that my first and foremost decision was that it was the right thing to do for Title IV students. Young adults who are trying to lift themselves out of a situation they were born into should not be blunted by an obscure regulation promulgated from Washington, D.C. My decision was based upon my job description approved by the board and posted on the job boards in seeking an executive director, which defines my duties to, quote, maintain excellent relationships with government officials, agencies, and the public. My decision was also based on a letter from Ms. Bells to the board and accepted by the board during their meeting, stating the responsibilities of the board's executive director includes providing an interface between the board and the office of the governor, the Nevada legislature, and other agencies of state government. My decision was also based on the mission statement of the Board of Cosmetology, which is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare through education. My decision was based upon the fact that Title IV funding directly affects current and future licensees in the state of Nevada. The decision was also based on avoiding the negative impact to the citizens of the state, disproportionately to the lower income citizens, which I currently estimate to be over $40 million in federal student loans annually, based on information provided by the cosmetology schools. My decision was based upon the scathing remarks also from Senators Atkinson and Hutchinson from the recent Senate Commerce, Labor, and Energy Committee meeting. And I encourage you to watch that meeting. Koki had to actually observe it live firsthand, which is not something very pleasant. But I'll give you a few quotes from the committee. Senator Hutchinson, who's I think the vice chairman of the committee. These are quotes. Is there a lack of confidence in the board? Am I sensing a lack of credibility or a lack of effectiveness in the board? Do you have a comment or thought in terms of why these members of the profession just don't even feel that the board is competent enough to even establish regulations for the kind of things we're talking about? This is Senator Atkinson, the chairman of the committee. This is the committee that all of our rules and regulations have to pass through to get to law. So these are just some of the comments. These are quotes. There's not necessarily a process by which the board asks for or makes requirements for legislation they would like to pursue. From my understanding with you, it just pops up. I was also on the committee last year in the assembly where this same type of thing happened. I did not find out until later on that you had all these outside cosmetology schools or some of these folks that are supposed to belong or have knowledge of some of this stuff and they don't. And we end up with this, and this is a huge problem. And I'm not sure what the purpose of the board is if it's not necessarily representing its members. Another quote, if we're going to feel like we have to respect the needs and wants of the board, then it's just my opinion the board should represent and respect its members as well. Next quote, maybe it's something that needs to be dealt with or talked about because we can't keep doing this every session. Next quote, so when it was voted on and approved, how do the members find out that it's been done? Who gets to vote? Does there have to be a certain number of folks present? Do you reach out to the folks that belong to this board and make sure that they're on board with the board, being on board with the regulation? Next, so it's strictly up to the board what legislation is pursued. So if the members are not satisfied with it, you can still pursue it anyway. When we get to these issues and folks are obviously adamantly opposed to it, then maybe there's something wrong with the effort that the board is doing to reach out to these people. Because this can't keep happening and saying the system's fine and we're doing this, something's got to be wrong because this continues to happen. This is not the first time. That's what's disturbing to me because there are obviously something wrong. It's alarming to me that there's opposition and someone's not communicating, so that's disturbing to me. There's definitely going to have to be some compromise. We ask that these parties get together. So that's all of the senator's comments to Ms. Booth and to the board. Senator Hardy, our bill sponsor, said at the conclusion of the meeting, we've heard very clearly that we need as a cosmetology board to make sure we do emails, make sure we reach out, we have publications or whatever it takes, bring everybody on board and make sure we do that. So lastly, my decision boils down to this. I could do two things. One, wait for discussion with the board at the meeting on May 6th today and potentially not have the ability to have a decision made at that meeting, not because it wasn't previously set on the agenda, and have the lower income students lose their Title IV funding for 2 years, or B, take the initiative to speak to Ms. Bells and Senator Hardy describing the problem to achieve the solution. The board was aware of my actions for my weekly executive director's report, as I've been clear and transparent on all activities since my start and will continue this through my entire tenure working for the board. Just so you're aware of what other states are doing in this matter, the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation has taken a proactive approach to helping their schools of cosmetology and sent out a letter to their schools dated March 21st, 2013. The letter states, what is the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation doing to help cosmetology schools? And goes on to explain their active role in the legislative process to ensure Texas cosmetology school students will continue to be eligible to receive Title IV funding. I'm confident that the board will support Senator Artie's efforts to ensure the Title IV students' funding to enable them to join the cosmetology profession to one day become licensees, salon owners, and board members themselves. I'll now entertain any questions the board may have.
Board members, any discussion or
Those-
questions?
I just have a question about the comments that these people were making about our board. Is that regarding 287 this
They-
time? Was that what was being done?
It was at the meeting for 287. They were speaking in generalities from what I gather from it. They also talked about last session 2 years ago.
And I feel that they were speaking out of turn, because I feel like I'm doing the best job that I can do, and had that senator spoken to me personally, I would have relayed that to that person. So I do take a little personal offense to some of those underhanded comments.
You don't get that opportunity.
No.
So, my understanding is that these comments were made based on 287, which is what we have a copy here, but not on 220, which is the whole issue of putting post-secondary licensing.
Correct. I use that as an example of this is the Senate Commerce, Labor and Energy Committee that we have to go through for all future bills. This is the comments they were making.
Right.
They were referencing something that happened 2 years ago, all of this stuff before my tenure. I'm just relating to the board. When you hired me, you said, tell me the things that we don't want to hear as well as the things we want to hear.
Correct.
This is what you don't want to hear, but this is what you need to.
I find this a very advantageous information to get. I think that from going forward now, the board that we have now, of course, I wasn't here 2 years ago, you weren't here 2 years ago, you weren't here a lot of us weren't here 2 years ago. And I think in 2 years from now, in planting the seeds now, today, in 2 years, we're gonna hear something very different. So looking back now, 2 years before that, the seeds that were planted, that was the harvest that that they reaped in what you heard about what happened 2 years ago. The seeds we are planting now are going to be very different to harvest something 2 years ago. And I'm very confident that this board can bring the board and bring the industry and bring the legislature to where it needs to be, especially with the implementation of our new executive
And the
director.
school, they were really upset about the hair braiding issue, which we had nothing to do with, but we were, as I sat there, I was being accused of having put the hair braiding issue through.
Well, let's just keep this on track, though, with the
But
Title
I'm just saying,
IV.
that's where some of those, people were
right.
really got emotional, and that's what most of the comments were. They were quite upset about the hair braiding. And and the schools are here to attest, they didn't have they didn't get to speak about this before it went on. And that's the thing that I think has really got to change, that he's brought up, that we've got to change that pattern.
So
Everybody should have a voice in the process.
Thank you, Ms. Booth. Mr. Nixon.
So my concern is specifically the application of the law and administrative code. And nowhere in this administrative code does it say that we have any responsibility for Title IV funding for schools and students and so on and so forth. We're there to make sure that they do the things that are set forth in this book. And if they're not going to, they have their AACS and they've got other little organizations that they can get together, and it's not our concern, in my opinion, that we fix or use our resources to help their funding process.
I think what Mr. Landry has addressed, Mr. Nixdorf, is quite clear, is that the mission statement of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology ensures public safety through education.
Yes,
This is a component of education. If underprivileged students are able to lift themselves out of poverty, which is what Mr. Landry has stated, if I'm not mistaken, it does enable that person through education to perform in a profession such as cosmetology.
May I read some regulation, please? I'd like to quote NRS 233B.038, and it's in the Nevada Administrative Procedure Act. You won't find it in your books. It is regulation defined. Number one, regulation means A, an agency rule, standard, derivative, or statement of general applicability which effectuates or interprets law or policy or describes the organization, procedure, or practice requirement of an agency. A proposed regulation. C, the amendment or repeal of a prior regulation. D, the general application by an agency of a written policy, interpretation, process, or procedure. Let me see here, wait a second. Yeah, okay, so 2, the term does not include a statement concerning only the internal management of an agency and not affecting private rights or procedures available to the public. B, a declaratory ruling. C, an interagency memorandum. D, a manual of internal policies and procedures or audit procedures of an agency which is used solely to train or provide guidance to employees of the agency and which is not used as authority in a contested case to determine whether a person is in compliance with a federal or state statute or regulation. E, an agency decision or finding in a contested case. F, an advisory opinion issued by an agency that is not of general applicability. G, a published opinion of the Attorney General. H, an interpretation of an agency that has statutory authority to issue interpretations. I, letters of approval, concurrence, or disapproval issued in relation to a permit for a specific project or activity. J, a contract or agreement into which the agency has entered. K, the provisions of a federal law, regulation, or guideline. L, an emergency action taken by an agency that is necessary to protect public health and safety. M, the application by an agency of a policy, interpretation, process, or procedure to a person who has sufficient prior actual notice of the policy, interpretation, process, or procedure to determine whether the person is in compliance with a federal or state statute or regulation in order to assess a fine, monetary penalty, or monetary interest. N, a regulation concerning the use of public roads or facilities, which is indicated to the public by means of signs, signals, and other traffic controlling devices. O, a classification of wildlife with a designation for seasons of hunting. Our mission statement is not regulation. This is regulation. We are here to do regulation. It doesn't matter what our internal policies or procedures are because they're based on the NRSs and NACs that are approved. And we cannot direct our policy based on things that are not regulations. And regulations are defined right there. And I'm sorry, but
well, our regulations include the number of hours that folks need to complete.
Absolutely, but
including instructors. Including instructors. Instructors have to complete. We've even heard from someone in the public who said that each year they have to have continuing education hours.
Correct.
So
that has nothing to do with Title IV or any.
So you don't believe that we should be involved in
That is
saying yay or nay to this, that we shouldn't write a letter of recommendation?
Correct. I don't think it's any of our business. I think it's the business of the schools and their organizations that they have, that they bring to the legislature and that they should do. It's not
Mr.
our
Landry,
business.
how many people will be affected by this? I remember NIC, didn't he say something about 9,000, almost 9,000 students would be affected?
Yeah, well, nationwide, it's going to be a lot bigger than that. It's going to be
Nevada-wise.
In Nevada-wise, there will be about $40 million in Title IV funding that will be lost through Pell Grants, loan guarantees, and all. Some of our schools have 100% Title IV students, so you'd effectively close those schools down.
But Mr. Landry, you can see in our failure rates that those students, even though they're coming out of a school that might be 100% Title IV funding, it is certainly no indicator of failure rates. So in fact, those students are being lifted out of poverty through education at a school which is 100% Title IV funding.
No argument for me that's the case. The argument I have
if you take that away from someone,
that's not our business.
It is our business.
But I think
it is our business because we want well-trained professionals.
I think as a board, we could send a letter of support. I mean, I'm not saying we make it a regulation, but I myself, just me, I feel that I could endorse a letter of support for this, just for the state of Nevada, because I think it would be good for Nevada. So for me, I don't have a problem stating I support this
Ms.
for that
Bradley?
issue.
So I just want to make sure everyone's aware, you license the schools, And so you have, I think, some impact there in what their requirements are and things like that. So schools are all licensed by the board. And the reason that this is being coming to you, it's my understanding that it's required that the NRS somewhere say that the words for post-secondary institution be added.
On the license.
On the license. So it would affect you in that if there's a change to be made, it would be affecting what is printed on the licenses. And you apparently need NRS authorization to do that. And so that's why it's before you, and that's kind of how you're relevant, because the licenses are printed by you. You license the schools, and we want to add some language. And apparently the federal government's requiring that the NRS reflect that. So, Dr.
Ms.
Hardy?
Bradley, if I could just interrupt you. That's Mr. Nixdorf's responsibility. That's the law review subcommittees. That's what the law review subcommittee is about. So if this is something where we're going to make a discussion on some type of law change, that should automatically just go to that subcommittee.
This needs to be handled this legislative session, or that money will not be available after July 1, 2013. $40 million will be lost in the state of Nevada. Licensed entities that the board licenses may have to close because they won't have people able to pay tuition. I think Mr. Hoffman wants to say something, and I could speak more if you'd like.
My question is, since it's not before the legislature as a bill that we put forth, and the legislative session is going to end this year and not be in session again until 2015, isn't this all a semantic argument because it's still, I mean, how can we change it? Even if we make a resolution as a motion to pass before the board, it can't be changed in an NRS and NAC this year. So it won't happen until 2015. And I mean,
I think
how do we save it at this point?
It will be a rushed position. I mean, Dr. Hardy's aware of the issue because of Mr. Landry's work in that regard. So Mr. Landry met with him and explained this, and Dr. Hardy immediately understood the significance of this. Contacted other legislators. Legislators can add things and take things away from their bills at any time. So it's my understanding that Dr. Hardy may be willing to add something to his bill to get this done before June.
And or he created just one specifically to this.
Well, they only have so many bills. It's too late to add a new bill.
Right, but they can
but
add
he
on
has.
to an existing.
I think he may add it into 287.
No,
220.
220.
220. Anyway, he may add, he's willing, I think, to try to work with us on it because he realizes how significant this is. And that's why I think it's so important that, you know, I mean, it has, if it isn't done now, and we're talking 2 years from now, and that's just too late, at least as far as the funding for those schools goes and the students and all of that. So, and just the economic impact in the state, jobs that would be lost and things like that, you know, instructors not able to work. Because those schools may close. I mean, if this really goes through the way they're saying. And so what I think that we're asking for, anybody at any time as a legislator can change things, and they don't need to ask the board. So they're aware of the issue, and it sounds like they're willing to go forward with it, and they really don't need your support, but certainly you can always either give your support or take it away. But you're right, it's too late for the board to actually present and bring something. But
Ms. Bradley, is a licensed cosmetological school in fact a post-secondary institution?
as far as I know, I'm not an expert in the definition of that, but the way I understand it, secondary schools are like 7th through 12th grade. It's your primary, elementary school is 1 through 6, right. And then secondary is 7 through 12, and then once you get your high school diploma or the equivalent, it's not uncommon to go to a post-secondary school that might be a community college, a university, a trade school, or a cosmetology school, a welding school, maybe a massage therapy school. All of those things generally require that you have either a high school diploma or like a GED before you can enroll.
Ms. Bradley, we would not be printing anything in error by printing post-secondary institution on a school's license.
As far as I know, there's no error in that.
And Ms. Bradley, we would not be enabling anything other than clearly identifying a school's license as a post-secondary institution by printing that on their license. The benefit means that we're complying with the 3 regulatory requirements of Title IV funding.
Yeah.
So making the recommendation to print on a license is irrelevant when it comes to the Title IV funding argument. You can still go down the road of it doesn't matter to you about Title IV funding, but we can still make the supportive argument that the schools have properly identified licenses that indicate that they are post-secondary institutions.
And I think it's not just about the schools, but it's about the kids that go to school there, and it's about some of the other schools that are here in this community. So showing a letter of support, in fact, I'd like to make a motion that the board does send a letter of support, or have we already sent it?
No,
No, the board hasn't taken any position.
Okay.
Right.
I would like to make a motion that we send a letter of support for this Title IV and in this verbiage on the licenses to Dr. Harden.
Is there a second?
Could we?
Well, just one
What would you like
moment.
me to improve?
Is there any public comment in support or in opposition to the motion on the floor that the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology send a letter of support to include the verbiage of post-secondary institution on the license of schools and express support for Title IV funding eligibility?
It would be appreciated.
Please state your name.
Sandra Escover, Escover, and it's an appreciative thing from us. And I think all schools that don't know about this should be made informed of it so that they could meet at the legislature's office on Wednesday. They're going to be hearing this. Is that not right? Is it Wednesday?
The Senate Bill 220 and its amendments, which this is what, the one amendment from Senator Hardy will be on that, is scheduled to be held
Right.
Wednesday.
And for those of you that don't support this, I'm really sorry for you because you think that you're better than everybody else. It's a really sad thing that you can go into the schools, because I've had you in my school, and try to give direction, and then cut them off at the knees when they're trying to grow up. So it is my prayer that you will support this bill in some way. I don't care how you do it, but you need to do something. The whole state of Nevada will be shut down, for your information. And that means your jobs also, because you're not going to have anybody, because there's not going to be any schools that are going to be able to stay open, or very little schools that are going to be able to stay open in order to bring new cosmetologists and or aesthetics and or anything else involved with the cosmetology field. So for you, I thank you that are listening.
Is there any other public comment in support or opposition to the motion on the table? At this time, Ms. Bradley?
I just thought maybe it might be appropriate to clarify, because right now you're saying a letter of support and support title funding, but maybe to authorize Mr. Landry to work with the legislators as appropriate.
So Ms. Booth, you
I
made
will
this
amend my
motion.
motion to add Mr. Landry to work with the legislative body.
And to express the board's support.
And express the board's
verbally or written.
And I'll amend my motion as well. My second.
The second has been amended. Mr. Nixdorf, I'd like to be real clear, though, that with the motion on the table, is the motion that we allow for the verbiage on the license and proceed with a letter of support of this funding, or is it just to correct the language on the license? Because to me, they're kind of two separate things. When I listen to Mr. Nixdorf's argument, I see them as two different things. One is identifying a license, and one is a position of funding.
The way I understand it is, I think it's okay with me. What Ms. Booth is saying is that we send a letter and we allow Mr. Landry to work on it. You see, which my opinion is that Mr. Landry shouldn't be working on something that's not within the purview of the Board of Cosmetology. So I'm perfectly clear on what it is
Okay.
And that's your understanding of it as well,
Let
correct?
me express, because we do issue the license,
Right.
so we do have an involvement with it, because they want, which is kind of strange to me how this is coming out. They want us to put this language on our license. So I think that's where our involvement comes. That's why I'm supporting this, is because they're requiring us to put it on our license. But I agree with what you're saying.
You know, it's, because it's, I mean, hair braiding is a prime example. It's something we didn't want, we get it anyway. You see, and to me, schools should have been there months ago working on this. And
We would have been there months ago if we would have known about it.
well, where's your organization? You know,
I don't
where's
know.
the ACS for?
You know, actually, the public comments just closed that for a moment.
Let's call for a vote.
Yep.
We do have a motion on the table. There's a second. The motion was made by Ms. Booth. The second was amended by Ms. Benaldi. Mr.
I
Landry?
just want a point of clarification. Whether you authorize the words post-secondary school or post-secondary institution on the licenses is federally, legally irrelevant, just so you know. They have not accepted that as the only way that this is going to get fixed is through legislation. And for Ms. Booth's motion and Ms. Benaldi's second, you are authorizing me to write, speak, and work with the legislature to make sure that that happens. What will come out of this legislative session, if they do approve this, the Senate Bill 220 and its amendments, you will be required to put post-secondary school on the licenses. Just to be clear, you're not actually authorizing that. The legislation is what's required to authorize that.
We're authorizing you to be able to speak on.
And have it come in the green book.
Is there any other final discussion or questions or comments regarding this matter? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And any opposed?
Nay.
2 opposed, Mr. Nixdorf, Mr. Hoffman. That motion still carries. Mr. Landry, please make a note that let the official record show, rather, not a note, but an official record, that the motion to authorize you to proceed with Title IV funding eligibility requirements in support of the legislative requirements, I guess, that was voted on, it was seconded, and it was approved by the board, not unanimously. We are moving to item 18. No, that's the old, we have an amended agenda?
Right, but 19 is the president's letter.
No, that's your
Where do you think we're at?
19.
is the
19.
president's letter.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did you
Yours
have
should
one
say
that you
amended
want?
on the front.
Oh, okay, well, I felt that with respect to Mr. Landry's executive director's letter that was going to be printed, I just felt that that was suitable. It was the first time someone's eloquence outmatched my own. For the record.
So no president's letter then.
So no action.
Tell us all in the front there. So,
I'm surprised you could get in the room.
That made me so hot. The housing assistance. The board will consider for possible action the review of housing assistance cost and transitional time for the executive director. Is there any comment from staff on the housing assistance for the executive director?
No.
Has there been a request
No.
for housing assistance?
No.
I basically, just to bring you up to speed, I gave a listing of what housing costs or relocation costs were for house letting, a moving van, moving things down. None of that was in the description or outline for the executive director's position. So this is strictly at the request of the board to bring these costs before you for consideration. That's where I stand. This is a request that the board made of me.
I think I specifically made the request because we did make the Las Vegas the primary location, the south, the primary location for the office, and I was concerned that in hiring someone from the north, on a 90-day probationary period and then expecting that person to find
Did we
housing
get the list?
in the South.
Issue?
So that was, I actually made that request, and I personally feel that there's a responsibility for that. Whether or not the executive director agrees with me on that, that's not as relevant.
Okay, so this has been put on the agenda so we can approve this, or?
Or modify it.
For possible action.
Okay.
So you can determine what to do. In other words, I mean, it says housing assistance, cost and transitional time. So housing assistance, I guess, is, finances to help with the move, same with the cost maybe. And then transitional time too, I think part of that discussion had to do with, it might take time for him to be in Vegas more, although I think he's already has a presence there.
He's already established his
So it may not
parameters
be,
for a northern-southern situation.
yeah, I mean, I know initially that was a thought of it might take him time to actually get housing in Vegas, so he maybe wouldn't be there the next day. So I think that was why that was there, but maybe that's not an issue.
And
So
I
it's
think
a
we-
one-time
I think we
expense.
discussed this as a one-time, at our meetings.
Yes.
And I think that we should offer up the $1,753.04.
I think it's a modest amount.
I'm
Are there
very
any
conservative.
Are there any questions from the public in support or in opposition of housing assistance for the new executive director having the primary location in the South? Are there any discussion, questions, or comments from board members regarding the housing assistance besides those that have been made?
Is the money in the budget for this?
Yes, we're well under budget on any expenses of that magnitude.
Okay.
Does any board member wish to propose a motion to accept or reject the housing assistance provision for the executive director?
I make a motion that we give a housing allotment to Mr. Landry of $1,753.04.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion has been made by Ms. Booth. There has been a second made by Ms. Zesiger for housing assistance costs of $1,753.04. Is there any other discussion by the board on this motion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. Mr. Landry, let the official record show that the motion was accepted for housing assistance. It was made, seconded, and approved by the board. Item number 19.
21.
Or excuse me. Yes. Yes, it is 21. By board members for future agenda items. Mr. Nixdorf, did you have something particularly that we wanted to carry forward from an earlier discussion that should perhaps be brought up at this point?
Yes, we were about the one you couldn't talk about.
Just to follow up.
I'm satisfied
Send
that
them
we're going to have a complete update by mail regarding that particular issue. And if there's anything in that report that I find needs to be discussed, I feel that I can call you and say, let's put it on the agenda, and it will, correct?
Absolutely.
All right, so-
You just has to meet the statutory time of being posted before.
Yeah. So I don't feel that at this moment in time I need to add something or request something to be on the agenda the next time, because I'll wait until after I see that report to see if there's anything I need to do, and it might just be all good, and then there's nothing to do. So,
Any other board member?
the only thing I would say is maybe many boards in the past that I've had dealings with have consent agendas. And I was wondering if we should maybe discuss adding a consent agenda next time, sort of, maybe. So,
What
What that
specifically
means-
is a
I'm not
consent?
a consent agenda generally, in this particular case, the reason I thought about it was it being that we approved the kiosk scenario. Theoretically speaking, a person in Reno, in this particular case here, could put together a packet that is complete, that we could look it over and we could say, they have everything we want. The staff has done their investigation. They've said, you know what, this company will be able to meet the standards of it. They approve it. We could just simply put it on a consent agenda
approve it, and it just kind of goes on. As long as there's a complete package, theoretically, something like that could go in there. The other thing that goes in there are things like the executive director's reports. Sometimes when Mr. Gymno's given us an executive director's report, it's kind of, we read it, have no questions, it's all good. Those things go on to consent agendas. So I just thought that if there was items like that to be put on the consent agenda, that we have an actual place to put them, should that be there. So I thought we'd discuss it a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Normally the way it works is anybody can pull it. So just because something's been added to the consent agenda because Mr. Landry thinks that most likely you'll accept it without question, it doesn't mean that if a board member has a question, they can't say, I ask that item number 6 be removed for further discussion. That can occur, and that does occur. But it does sometimes streamline. It allows you to accept, say, 5 or 6 items in one motion, really quickly. And so it might be a good idea, especially since the kiosk variance, it's just a variance going forward to give guidance. You're still going to have to approve them all. So you could start seeing situations where you'll have 5 of the same requests, and it might be very appropriate to just put them on a consent agenda, you vote on them, we move on.
But Ms. Bradley, we actually don't need to bring that up in a meeting. Mr. Landry can present a consent agenda at our next meeting. I mean, administratively, he can prepare a consent agenda.
He's certainly capable of doing that, but I think we haven't done it before, and so it sounds like Mr. Nixdorf wants to talk about it to make sure you're all comfortable with that. I mean, we could, if I mean, it's not really an action item, it's more of an administrative question, but certainly, I mean, given the discussion, Mr. Landry could put that forward, and we can talk about it further, and if everybody likes it next meeting, we can continue to do it.
That's pretty much what it was for me. It's not a real high priority thing, but
I think it might
thought
be a
we should
good,
just discuss it.
yeah, make things go quicker.
Is there any other comment or proposed?
one.
Please.
Actually, 2. I would like to, by next meeting, have staff come back with, and I don't know if I can ask at this time, to come back with a plan for allowing everybody to be able to speak from Las Vegas, and the Renos to be able to speak at our Las Vegas office and present that at our next meeting. And also, I don't know how to do this properly, but to be able to write something up where what happened this legislative session is never happened. I don't know if it's we've got to type up a policy that nothing goes, that represents this board here goes forward without the boards actually seeing what's going forward, even if it's by email. Do I need to do that, or?
I'm willing to work on a policy like that, but I do believe that working with Mr. Nixdorf on his law subcommittee is where we may want
You want to make it a law, not a policy?
Well, not a law, but a policy for how we're going to move forward with Mr. Nixdorf on the law subcommittee. Because it is a 24-month process that we're going to be involved with on taking legislation from today all throughout these months and making sure that we're prepared on presenting.
Okay, how we're going to take that forward and make that our policy. Yeah, that's a good idea.
The idea is that we're going to come up with some agreeable policy that the board believes is necessary changes to the next legislative session. We present it as a package. We have all the supporting evidence. We have public hearings, so on and so forth. And the legislature theoretically should give that more weight than if we just had a meeting there and said, hey, let's go forward with this, you see.
And it may have to be fine tweaked at the end, but at least we'd all have the general sense of what it was about.
And there will be plenty of time for us to discuss it with the schools and the licensees and so on and so forth as to the impact and give everybody their input on it. And it'll be far more complete than if it all happens at the legislature in kind of a hurried fashion. And it would address some of those comments that Mr. Landry quoted where basically they're accusing us of not preparing for that and not being proactive and so on and so forth.
Are there comments or future agenda items from staff?
No.
Are there comments or proposed agenda items from the general public? Are there any other comments or proposed agenda items from the Deputy Attorney General's office?
I do have a couple things.
There are some possible changes to the open meeting law that I think we can expect from this legislative session. So seeing as that will end next month, it might be nice in August if I give you a little summary of some of those changes, and maybe we can even talk about it in general if you have questions. And then another thing just to keep in mind, again, the Attorney General's office does a training in the fall for board and commission members, so I'm going to encourage you to come. And in the August meeting, I should know what the date is. It's normally in October or November. Anyway, I know Mr. Leader came last year. I hope it was helpful information, and we do encourage you all to try to come if you can. It'll be available in Las Vegas and in Carson City. So.
Any board members have, please?
I have a couple questions, or something I'd like to add.
Please.
I got my feathers all ruffled over that illegal activity after that petitioner was saying that, all this is going on. So, if Sarah could have some sort of proposal, or we could talk about that on how we're going to handle the illegal activities that are going on currently and how we're going to deal with it, I think that'd be most helpful in aiding the staff too, so we can move forward with actually doing something about all these problems that we're having. So, I know I lose money by not doing these things, and we take a stand, so I just think it's important that we're all on the same page.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Two petitions, did we
Yes,
schedule for now?
right. So I don't need to take a motion, yeah, okay.
No, but did you
I-
ask all the board members if they all had?
Did any board member have a proposed or future agenda item that I've overlooked?
No, but we can call in if we can.
Yes, you may. Yes, you may. This is not your last
Okay,
opportunity.
thank you.
And I suspect the Law Review Committee will have items that may get transferred to this meeting. Okay. We did move items number 9, the petition to appear get nailed 24/7. Is there any question about just moving that to the South next meeting, the subsequent meeting in the South?
If they're still interested in pursuing their
I would say I would
petition.
like to move that we dismiss that.
Me too.
I second that motion.
There has been a motion to dismiss the petition by Beth Madden, Naisha Goodwin, Bard 101 Limited, doing business as Get Nailed 24/7, made by Mr. Nixdorf. It was seconded by Mr. Hoffman. Are there any questions or comments by board members or discussion regarding that motion?
Just to be clear, there's nobody here from Get Nailed right now? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Can I ask, just for my clarity, but they could go back to this office and refile, correct?
They can file another
Yeah.
petition.
That's right. Okay.
This petition,
But that one's gone, that one.
am I correct in
And
your
there-
motion?
And it would be their initiative to file it if they.
Correct.
Right.
So the motion on the table is with respect to the petition that was signed, there's really no date on it. So I guess the first one. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That petition is voided? Denied. There was a second petition. Did Tedrick K. Bronx come in? We moved that petition. Is there a motion to deny the petitioner's request or deny the petition and have the petitioner re-petition?
I'll do the same thing, I motion to dismiss this.
I motion is second.
There has been a motion on the table to dismiss the petition made by Tedra Bronx. Again, there's no date. Perhaps the petition to appear could have a date in the future when they sign that.
They're
There
noticed
could-
that they're to appear.
Where they could sign
Well,
that.
we get that in the mail. I'm not there when they fill it out. And
but I'm
usually
just
they
saying-
stamp things.
Maybe they could have a date.
Yeah,
There
they
could be
usually
a
do
date on it.
date stamp.
Okay, so there has been a motion to deny the petition that was received, or dismiss it, made by Mr. Nixdorf. It was seconded by Mr. Hoffman. Any discussion by board members on Ms. Bronx's petition or on the motion? Are there any comments from the public in support or in opposition to the motion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Mr. Landry, let the official record show that both the motions were rejected, dismissed, and those items were made and seconded and approved by the board. Lastly, this brings us to any additional comments by the general public for items that were not brought up today. That anyone in the general public is now, this is your final opportunity to address the board prior to adjournment. No comments being made, and there being no comments by the public at this on this agenda item. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Move to adjourn?
That motion has been made by Ms. Booth. Is there a second?
I'll second.
The second was made by Mr. Nixdorf. Is there any question or comment or discussion regarding the adjournment of this meeting? All those in favor? Aye. Aye.